Well, here we are, live again with another Ramblings. It'll never end. I will keep going until the heat death of the universe or my death, whichever comes first.
Finally. You're here.
I'm on time! What are you talking about? I said half
No, to be perfectly honest, I've been waiting patiently.
Wow, have you got nothing better to do? Than wait for some poor git in Sheffield to start rambling? Oh, fucking hell. This is gonna be a good one. I can tell. This is gonna be a good one. This is gonna be one for the books.
Have you watched The Undateables?
No, I have not.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright, bear with.
I don't watch much, if any, television anymore.
I know. Likewise, but I need to send you a video.
Oh no. Welcome. I have the Shipyard as a special guest this time. He actually asked to come on Ramblings. I didn't have to ask him. He asked to come on. I know, it's shocking. I have guests who want to come on repeat now. It's great. Soon I will have the chieftain lining up to come on Ramblings again. Yes, I'll get the chieftain again, I swear. Oh, wait, did I think I may have accidentally pinged the entire server again. It's been a while since I've done that. Well, accidentally, anyway.
That's a very special move.
It's part of Ramblings.
There we are. I've sent you it in DMs.
Oh god. Waiting patiently. Oh, dear.
Yes, but watch it. It's the way that it's pronounced.
Well, this isn't an alt history Ramblings, but I mean, I suppose I have to do the question before that as well, and I am not queued up for alt history Ramblings today. I am very much not. Okay, so I suppose we could start with the alt history question. No harm in it.
Well, you say that. Do you remember the last time we did an alt history?
What if Yamamoto survived in 1943 and lived until the end of the war? Because Operation Intel had bad intel, the aircraft sent to hunt his plane in the wrong position, Yamamoto visited and returned from his visit to the Solomons area. What would his strategy be like in 43 to 45, and how different would it be for the Japanese during the Pacific War? I don't think there's much Yamamoto can do. Considering how he deployed the carriers historically, and what he did with Japan's battle fleet, it's...
You okay there, Fleet?
Yes, fine.
Okay. You kind of died.
So basically what we've got is a Yamamoto that's alive.
Do we need to give you a minute to
recharge? I'm trying to think, because what
Okay.
would Yamamoto do differently? And I'm like, I don't know.
I kind of agree with Haida. I don't think there's going to be much difference at all. I mean, they're fucked anyway.
Like, Yamamoto he's a good planner, but his skills as an admiral were less so. He's a great strategic planner, but as an admiral, he's also a very by-the-book commander. He sticks to the plan. Always. His plan is what is we're doing the plan. Like, that's what we're doing. And you will do the plan. No, gunnery officer. Yamamoto doesn't have the capability anymore. He went down to the Solomon Islands to see what was going on and was like, ah, fuck. We got nothing.
That's a creepy ass train.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. Well, for those of you who have been accidentally summoned here by the ramblings, doing ramblings things, yeah. So this is Ramblings. Welcome. How you doing? I hope you're having a good time. I hope you're enjoying yourself. And you get to ask questions. Anything you like within server rules. No, it's not Cursed Tame Trial. I want to do an actual You just ask questions. And we will answer them. To the best of our ability. The funny thing is, Hood, is that the auto-loading guns on the Des Moines started their development in 1940. Even if they were fully developed in 1940, the US is not really geared up to the prospect of, yes, we're going to build a 25,000-ton 8-inch cruiser. I mean, I suppose they could change the Alaskas to have the, No, they wouldn't change the Alaskas, because the Alaskas are geared up for those 12-inch guns for a reason. Oh, God, excuse me.
One does wonder why Fleet has run away. I think we should take a question from Darth Sidious. As Sidious has asked a question before.
Yeah, they're not gonna... What do you think, Shipyard? I mean, the 8-inch on the Des Moines are very, very special bits of kit. You have to have a... It's a big turret. Like, you've got to build a ship around it. Like, the only thing that could be adapted would be the Alaskas, but would they? I don't think they would.
I don't know. Let me find the question again.
Because as far as they're concerned, it's basically, what if the Des Moines turrets are fully worked up in 40 instead of 44?
I mean, Des Moines is basically a Baltimore hull, isn't it?
Yeah, but biggened.
Yep. I was gonna say you could always have that really retarded Iowa.
No, I don't think
the quad
so.
also for.
Well, no, that wouldn't be changed by the.
No. So what actually does come into force?
No, Gunner Officer, we're talking about putting the 8-inch triples on the Alaska hull. Just straight up ripping the triple 12s out and putting the triple 8-inch auto-loading in. They could have had nuclear... I mean, it's possible that they could have had 8-inch nuclear shells. In fact, they may have had 8-inch nuclear shells. I can't remember whether or not they did. But again, it's kind of like... the use case is limited, navally. Nuclear weapons deployment at sea is always this weird thing, where nuclear explosions are simultaneously destructive surface level events, but unless they actually take place underwater, they're not very destructive below surface events. So the reason why there were things like nuclear depth bombs, because you want to get that below the water before, it goes bang in spectacular fashion. Because we've got to get those Russian submarines somehow, and he's somewhere over there. We don't know exactly where he is, but if you blow up everywhere he could be, then we've got him. But basically, that's the whole premise.
Could there be a possibility that if they're because we're talking about changes in 1940.
Would it have changed anything on a global scale? What do you mean by that? It's just a weapons system. It's not going to change anything else.
I think the premise behind the weapon system itself, the auto-loading capability, because people are going to look at that and go, "Ooh, shame."
The British,
we want it.
The British are going to go, "That's nice, but we're fighting a fucking war here. We don't really have time." Which means the British won't get it until the historical point where they were going to get it for their 6-inch mounts in the very late 40s, when they actually could afford to put resources towards it. So you've... It's basically where you are in essence. No, if there are nations that are not going to have access to this tech, it's going to be Germany, Japan, and Italy. They just aren't there. They just aren't there, and they are not going to be there ever. It's that simple.
Should we go to the next question?
If there is one.
There was one previously before the 8-inch autos question.
Okay.
From Darth Sidious, which was, what was Japan's use of battle cruisers? Did they use them the same as Britain or Germany?
I assume you're referring to the World War I era doctrine around battle cruisers for Japan. In which case, Japanese battlecruiser doctrine was very much inspired by the enemies they were potentially going to fight. Which, in this particular case, as far as they were concerned, it was the Imperial Russian Navy, possibly, and the whatever form a Chinese Navy took, and the US Navy. And bear in mind, in World War I, the USN is not the same level of presence in the Pacific that it has in the Second World War, or by the Second World War. Because Panama Canal isn't a thing until the war's ongoing. Or just before the war starts. So, what you've basically gotten is this idea... Oh, what's the word? Of the Japanese battle cruisers prior to about the 30s being very British alike, very heavy, which is basically, I'm talking late British, which is basically following German practice, which is very heavy fleet screen plus hunting enemy heavy cruisers. This gains a role very heavily after the Washington Naval Treaty, when Japan emerges quite surprisingly as the navy that has the most battle cruisers in the world, with the 4 Congos all in commission. Basically, the role of the Congos is they are more than overkill for anything China has, more than overkill for anything Russia has by the time it's the Soviet Union in the Pacific. They are basically capable of dealing with the US. It's basically a case of we can kill anything that you have that can catch us, and we can run away happily from your standards. I mean, the Congos were, for the majority of the treaty system's existence, an out-of-context problem for the USN. It's why so many fleet problems had them as a central theme, because they were just such a, we need to deal with the Congos because they are an out-of-context problem we have no direct counter to. In the Second World War, they had very much shifted into the role of fast battleship in the minds of the Japanese, even though they really weren't rebuilt that way. They were rebuilt as basically better battle cruisers than fast battleships, even though the Japanese called them fast battleships. That's basically it. Why were the Japanese so conservative in using both Yamatos in 42-43?
You missed one.
Did I?
Yep. From your typical gunnery officer. in between the two oddly retarded looking ships.
Could you use a World War II homing for ASW? What they did. The Fido. Dropped from Avengers. Speed of about 5 knots. But that's all it needed. Because at 5 knots, with the ability to maneuver, it's going to find that submarine. And the submarine isn't going to know what it is, because homing torpedoes for ASW work are not known. The sub will be doing what subs do best, sitting there, trying not to get hit. Meanwhile, I hear a submarine. I'm coming in at about 5 knots. I'm slowly approaching your position. Kaboom! Basically. Another one from Typical Gun Officer. Why were the Japanese so conservative in using both Yamatos in 42-43? Basically, because they were preserving them. They were Japan's only modern fast capital ships. And
there's also another reason from that.
Go on. I stopped to let you go. Go on.
Fair enough. So I've been reading to Neptune's Inferno by James D. Hornfisher recently.
Ah.
And he actually mentions about this. And I believe it's to do with, one, their limited fuel source. Because if you think about it, they're very much a case of they burn lots and lots and lots of fuel for their size.
I mean, it's the reason why by 44 the entire Japanese heavy fleet was based out of the Dutch East Indies, because the fuel's right there. They don't have to ship it anywhere.
So, I mean, that's one of the reasons. Also, the other reason is they don't really want to risk them, considering, you know.
Also,
by the time of Guadalcanal, they had 3 carriers. The Americans did.
Yeah.
And, you know, at that stage, with 3 carriers knocking around, it's a lot easier to keep your battleships safe at home and use your striking force.
Which, to be fair, let's forget that while they have lost the Kinabutai, they still have Shikaku and Zuikaku, and they have a large number of fairly capable light carriers, some of which are purpose-built.
Ryujo.
Well, no, Ryujo was considered a fleet carrier and was somewhere in between a proper light carrier and a fleet carrier at the time. But yeah, they've got like
the original light fleet carrier.
Vaguely, yeah. It's a bit of a weird one, isn't it?
Except for we did it better.
Yeah. But yeah, as Shipyard says, why risk the only 2 modern capital units you have when
they're also slow?
No, they're not. That's a common misconception.
Well, in comparison to your fast units like the Congos,
not really. The Yamatos will...
They're a couple of knots slower.
True, but 27 knots is only 1 knot slower than a QE, and we don't consider... Not QE, sorry. KGV. And we don't consider those slow capital ships.
I think in the eyes of the Japanese, they're slow. Because if you want to do a strike, like what they did with the Congos, the idea was to get in fast, bombard, and get out before daybreak.
Yeah. It was less down to that, and more down to size clearances. They were worried the Yamatos would ground in Guadalcanal.
Yeah, they are chunky boys as well.
Yeah. They were very, very... From what I've heard, they toyed with the idea of sending Nagato and Mutsu in, because after their rebuilds, they could do 26.5 knots. They toyed very, very, with the idea of, do we commit Nagato and Mutsu to Guadalcanal? And they decided against it because they were their 2 most powerful capital ships after Yamato and Musashi.
Did you ever look at the medium clearance for Guadalcanal?
Sure, if you want to. I'll just quickly run through the next question. Actually, no, we'll finish this question first. We'll do it properly.
Okay, well, I'm just searching up the chart a second. Here we are.
The man's got charts.
No, the man's got connections.
To people who have charts.
1969. Might as well use and abuse my work.
Ye. We shall answer a dumb question on the internet by using nepotism.
3996 is the chart number. Need some elevator music now.
I've got it. I'm playing it in the background. They'll be listening to this while it's the same background music that all of my dry docks have that have been recorded.
Okay, so apparently it doesn't actually exist, so I'll go from rexsites.eu.
Ah.
Because I don't think we publish that chart no more. That's boring.
I think it's because it listed all the wreck locations and wrecks started disappearing at an alarming rate.
No, it's because we were starting to remove charts.
Oh, because of
And we're going to E and Cs.
Ah, very clever. I see.
Because most people don't use a flipping chart anymore.
Yeah, true.
Right.
I will admit, I'm so glad that we have someone called Togfather in the theatre at sea. I'm just that makes me unbelievably happy. And I don't know why that does, but it just does. And of course Hood's here and Sierra's here, so we've got the whole gang here. It's great. I'm having a good time.
Give me a ship that was in Guadalcanal.
Congo.
That sank.
Oh, Kirishima.
Our survey says 900 meters roughly.
So no
And
risk
600.
So no risk of grounding then.
Nope. I mean, there is a single channel that's got shoals on the sides of each other, but they're 300 meters deep.
Yeah, I think they would have been okay. So they could have used them.
Yeah. So based off the projected track, they would come down on the south side of Salvo Island, blow some shit up, and then go around the north part of it and out.
Yeah.
So
yes. Literally, I can almost imagine like a little Japanese officer on the back deck of Yamato shouting, "Screw you guys, we're going home!" As they yeet themselves off back up. Alright, another question related to the Pacific War. What if Japan won the Battle of Midway? Sinking Yorktown and Hornet while Enterprise escaped heavily damaged because plot armor, while only losing cargo in return. Well, they've won the Battle of Midway, the naval Battle of Midway, but on the one hand, a lot of has been said of, they can't take Midway Island. I'm hesitant, basically because the Japanese have gained control of the seas at that point, and they can, if necessary, land troops on Midway under heavy shore bombardment and just then go, right, okay, Marines, you can shoot, we're not going to fight you. Good luck starving to death. We'll have the island once you're all dead.
it's a fair assessment.
I'm
Americans...
not the problem thing is the Americans will not be able to rush troops to Midway because they've just lost the Battle of Midway. They're down to Enterprise, with Wasp presumably being very, very rapidly yeeted over aggressively. It doesn't matter if they have Stuart tanks on the island. A Stuart tank pops its head out on the extremely flat Midway Atoll, is going to receive attention presumably from a twin 5-inch mount on a destroyer firing over open sight.
Oh, love it.
Or, worse yet, because Yamato and Musashi are with the bombardment fleet. Oh boy. And they still have their 6-inch secondary battery at this point. It's just... That's true, but I think there's enough gunfire there that they can actually do it. I think there's enough bang there that they can actually take Midway. Especially given what Midway is, it's a tiny atoll. There are very few places the Marines can hide, very few places the Marines can fall back to. They cannot escape the guns of the Japanese bombardment fleet. The difference is, though, Sierra, the Americans are not the Japanese in 1945. Oh, it is using a sledgehammer to kill a fly. The fly's still dead, though.
I think the longer term implications of that will be, obviously, Enterprise has to make it back to Pearl Harbor.
She will. I mean, we can't sink Enterprise. We can just. It's not allowed.
Yeah, we can.
No. Like you wouldn't sink Warspite. We didn't do the Americans the courtesy of not sinking Enterprise.
Bro, give me 3 good men. I'll sort her out.
3 good men of what? The Imperial Japanese Navy Special Action Squad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think your typical gunnery officer has it right. It'd be an absolute slog of a fight, but it would probably be a 3-day operation. They would probably take the islands. Like, it'd be absolute hell. Oh no, Sierra, you're right. They're not going to be holding Midway for very long.
Do you reckon they might request Robin quicker?
No, because they've still got Wasp to call on to bring them to 2 carriers, and at that point the British are using Victorious in the Med. She's not available.
Good point. But then,
and I doubt the US is going to go looking for a fight. They're just going to wait until at least 1 or 2 of the Essexes are online before they go out to crack Midway again. Because they can. They don't have to. Like, they can send a squadron or 2 of cruisers to back up the Royal Australian Navy to make sure that the Japanese don't advance too far beyond the Solomons. But that's pretty much it.
Admiral King's going to be pissed at this stage.
Well, no. Admiral King is not going to be pissed because he knew that Midway was a gamble. King said, look, Midway's a gamble, but Nimitz, if you think you can do it, go for it. And whatever the outcome is, I'm not going to hold it against you like a vindictive arsehole, because he wasn't. He could be angry, but it was usually justifiable anger.
Fair play, okay.
Hood makes a point. The Independents are going to be sped up. I mean, completely.
Everyone forgets about those.
Ranger is not going to the Pacific because, I mean, surprisingly enough, the situation's not that desperate because they've lost Midway Island. Whoopee. Like, the Japanese have a slightly more forward airbase.
Yeah, but also don't forget they've also lost. What was it 2 carriers?
They have, but remember those are the 2 carriers they lost at Guadalcanal as well. We're just speeding up the timeline when they've lost them. I
think a knock-on from this would also be that Admiral Fletcher would also possibly be more cautious when it comes to later on operations.
There's not going to be the Guadalcanal campaign. Let's make that clear. Guadalcanal's going to be a Japanese wipe. They're just going to rock up with the Kidabutai minus Kaga and just absolutely smoke the Guadalcanal campaign completely and utterly. They may even commit properly to a second try at invading New Guinea. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if they did.
So do you think Port Moresby would fall?
Yeah, I actually do. The US has no carriers in the area that can oppose them. The Australians' air forces are limited compared to what... in the area are limited compared to what the Kidabutai can actually... That's a point. What do you all think? Do you think they'd go for Guadalcanal with a small force, or do you think they'd go for New Guinea with a large force? I'm not sure. I mean, it means that we'll get all 4 Yamatos.
So, if I was looking this purely on a map basis, right?
Yeah.
When it comes down to it, New Guinea is closer to Japan and therefore their logistical chain than Guadalcanal is. So they're probably going to do a big play for even like.
Because like if they can take
they
New
wanted
Guinea,
to like not take the island proper, they do like the Bismarck archipelago, and then launch from there with other forces, because there's only so long you can hold out on that fucking archipelago because there's basically no airfields
yeah,
that you can use. So they're going to be using the Kido Butai and the carrier fleet to launch dive bombing attacks to try and take Papua New Guinea.
and
After
thing is,
that, since they have this gigantic island,
they can stockpile supplies, and you know they can build things up, have a good central base
this means
operations.
They have a much better launching platform for one, attacking the Solomon Islands and the rest of.
They're not going to invade
Oceania.
Australia because Japan.
No,
that's
but-
not. Even
No,
Japan's not that silly.
Japan realizes that attacking Australia is a really, really good way of getting Britain's attention from Europe and Germany to them, because at that point, yeah, they've taken Hong Kong, yeah, they've taken Singapore,
But they're contained.
yeah, they're
west.
threatening, yeah, they're contained within that area. If they start attacking Australia directly, other than, you know, occasional raids with submarines and random
Bombing raids.
strikes on areas, if the Kido Butai starts actually harassing the northern coast of Australia, this suddenly escalates the situation in the Pacific to where Britain is now massively starting to redeploy commitments. You may even see,
Especially since it's mid
the
42.
Arcas and other ships come through the.
Yeah, since it's
the
mid
Panama
42, and you've got. If it's the aftermath of the Channel Dash, you may even see Nelson and Rodney freed up, now that the German capital ships are contained in the North Sea and badly damaged, to go, right, cracked knuckles. Who wants a piece?
Well, Haida, that's one of the reasons why Japan winning Midway and then being able to threaten and or take New Guinea and the Solomon Islands is important for that, because that gives them additional leapfrogging points for them to mass forces, material, etc., and extend their logistical train. That's why fighting in the Pacific is so fucking difficult, is because everything is so far apart or disparate that you need to have a really good and robust logistical train, which Japan could have had, but they were very busy on making sure that their logistical train could meet the demands of their hilariously Machiavellian battle plans for the Pacific War.
It's worth pointing out that the IJN is at this point actually in a pretty good position, because they do have, well, obviously the Essex Swarm is coming, but the Japanese are laying down the first of their Unryu class carriers. And obviously the Akoma class is also on its way as well. Obviously as the war situation deteriorates, they're cancelled, but we may actually see all 7 of the Unryus completed.
When was Ibuki laid down?
Ibuki?
Yeah, the cruiser. 1942.
You may see the Ibuki. You may see at least one of the Ibukis completed,
No,
maybe 2.
I don't think so. Midway made them realize that they need carriers badly, but I think that their building program is going to continue as it would have done.
I don't know.
Even if they won.
I don't think they're going to convert. They're not going to go on the conversion spree that they did historically, and I don't think you're going to see the.
No, I didn't mean conversions. I meant proper kill-out builds.
Well, yeah. So that'll be the Unryus and the Taiho then. So the Unryus, so the Unryus are actually going to be kept at their standard. So they're gonna have the increased build out that they had, which is 15 carriers they wanted of the Unryus, just built to the same time, same type. We know that they had they managed to commission 3 by the end of 44. Now, if we've got a Japan that's pushed sort of a border area back, yeah, the US end, that may actually mean that the Japanese might do what they wanted to do, which is, now that they still have their big carrier hulls in decent numbers, they may decide, we can actually free up the escort carriers to escort some convoys deemed of importance. Because they wanted to do that, but they could never justify releasing any form of carrier, be it even one of their dedicated escort carriers, to convoy escort work. They might be able to justify it now, especially once New Guinea is secured. Oh.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Are you talking to me or?
No, I mean France, like USN subs become a greater threat as the war goes on. Yeah, absolutely. Everything in the American arsenal becomes a greater threat as the war goes on because America has that much more industrial capacity, has that much more training capacity, has that much more of the population. The Japanese know that as the war goes on, America is getting into a much better and better and better position the longer it goes on. That's why they want to try and knock out all these island chains very quickly, so they can try and knock America out of the war.
Or at least dig the fortifications required to make the Americans bleed in such a large amount of bodies that they might sue for peace.
Yeah.
Like, we're looking at a Japan that we may see some vessels that we didn't see historically. Not major things, so for example, Shinano completed as the 3rd Yamato-class battleship. Ibuki completed as a heavy cruiser. That sort of thing.
And we may see more of her sisters being laid down and partially completed by the end of the war.
You'll see definitely one Ibuki, maybe 2, but I think that's it. You're probably looking at the Shuyo, Unyo, and Taiyo class escort carriers that are coming in mid-42. Probably going into...
We might see an additional Taiho, but mostly as a thing to say, alright, we learned a lesson on how to build these things,
no.
Now we need to make it better.
Well, no. Taiho was always going to be a one-off. Because...
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying that like they may choose to view that as a case of, right, this is a decent design, but I think we can do better, and so they iterate off of Taiho rather than iterating off of
Shikaku Hiryu.
That's the one. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but the reason that they did that is because they realised that if they did that, they wouldn't get any of the carriers before the war was over one way or the other. It's why the Unryus were simple. Because they realised that they needed these simple but effective carriers.
Yeah, but that was mostly because they lost a bunch of them and almost the entirety of their core and experienced air groups.
Well, no.
With these having these holdings, it frees up both carriers for them to deploy to other things and gives them the breathing room to iterate on things that they already have.
Well, it's funny. That's a little bit of a misconception. The Unryus were never crash builds. It was a conscious decision made pre-war when they were working up the design. It wasn't down to Midway. They were just laid down after Midway as part of their natural build cycle. The choice to go with the Unryus was a decision made pre-war to bulk up Japanese carrier numbers as war was coming. So, I'm sorry, Hood, but...
I know, but what I was saying is that the Unryu's production was sped up after Midway.
It probably
with them holding Midway and potentially getting New Guinea, and as you said, gives them the ability to free up carrier units to act as escort carriers, to free up their actual escort carriers to do escort duties, and so on. Gives them the ability to say, right, we've got Taiho on the stocks nearly ready for commissioning and or trials.
Well, yeah.
This design is good, and we were only going to have one, but let's build off of this. And since they, aren't having to worry about being down 4 carriers and however many pilots, that gives them the breathing room to say, right, we can now do something iterative with this instead of focusing entirely on shit, we need new carriers and pilots. That's what I was saying.
That's true. Can they spare the slips? I don't know.
I mean, that's what I mean. They might be able to. There's always a might.
Yeah, I'm not.
I have come here just because of two things. A, the Unryus only exist primarily because of the Rapid Naval Armament Sustaining Program that I'm not saying in Japanese. But the main priority is that the Maryuku Kenkaku was basically this it's Unryu is technically like a pre-war thing that it's that technically arguable, but the problem is being that the sort of like real focus for the Unryus being a like the doctrinal post-war, or like a not post-war but like a during war assessment of like, you know, hey, especially in terms of fighter sortie rates, it's something that they can't really sustain with like like Kaga and Akagi, for example, because their fucking decks suck. I think like by pure design, you can argue that the Unryus are definitely something that only happened because like of the analysis of Japan in a pre-war period, but it's really weird just because Unryu herself was a pre-war program, but her Amagi and Katsuragi were definitely a during war thing. So I'm gonna remember the other ships because the other ships are never named. And then
so you had the first six, which are Unryu, Amagi, Katsuragi. They were the ones who were commissioned. Then you then had the second batch of 3 that weren't, which were Kasagi, an unnamed ship 5005, and 5006 Aso. Then you
Kasagi, I believe Kasagi was the one that they were trying. That was part of the initial batch.
Katsuragi.
It's the Ikumas. Sorry, no. The Kasagi is the is one of the sister ships of Unryu. Ikuma is the one that's the. I'm doing this from my brain, so it's very hard because I don't have the Japanese sources in front of me. But,
the Akoma subclass were the ones that were simplified and sped up.
Also, I love I invited Delta for the Midway talk, and she's like, "You have never visited Midway, have you?" I personally just have a problem with, and I think Delta shares the opinion that an amphibious invasion of Midway would have been absolutely hilarious because, I think
the Japanese didn't really have the amphibious material with them to do it.
It's also the position. It's also the position itself because the.
It's horrible to land at.
I don't know how. Like, there's. I think Delta said it. There's 2 places where you can land on Midway, which being the reefs outside of the Midway Island itself, which basically means you drop off the troops 400 yards away from the shoreline. Which. No.
Why would you do that?
Or you go into like the middle of Midway Island, the Midway Island chain, which is basically a fucking trap zone where, which you basically means that you die there just because they put all the 7-inch guns right in the gap.
Yeah, that's why I was saying earlier that the only real way that the Japanese can manage that is to bombard the shit out of it until no one is fighting, and then go in afterwards to claim the ashes, because Jesus Christ, the best way to land troops on there is after you've either won or you own the island. Because good lord.
Yeah.
I mean, like, the defenders of the island outnumber the Japanese landing force, which is not a good indication for a successful amphibious operation. I'm gonna be honest.
They did not have the ground forces
really?
to actually oppose to assault it properly. Because good lord.
There's the amphibious invasion force for Midway was 1,000 men, or like it's basically a battalion, reinforced battalion group of the IGA, which is the Ichiki detachment, which would later get slaughtered in the Guadalcanal. And then the garrison at Midway was like 3,000 to like 2,000 to 4,000. It was either 2,000 or 4,000 men. Sources differ, but it's a very hard statement. Isolating the island would have been better if, for the fact that the island defenders didn't have like a year's worth of rations and water, and was not able to knock off the water purification. Like, it's really difficult to really, like, it's like, imagine the levels of preparation that Iwo Jima got in terms of, you know, hey, you need a bunch more men. Hey, we need a bunch more supplies. Imagine that,
landing ships, support landing ships, mechanized units.
I meant for like the Japanese perspective of Iwo Jima in terms of like the logistical build-up.
I meant the Allied one.
No, but like there's a very hard problem because the ability for naval bombardments to really affect Midway is very questionable, just because the defense isn't a bunch of like reinforced hardened like concrete bunkers. It's just like a couple of guys in sandbags that the Japanese really don't have the firepower to bring themselves with, because there's no way for like the ability of the Japanese to bring horses in like draft carts and then cart up a pack howitzer doesn't really exist at this time.
Well, no, that's why my recommendation was to take off and nuke the whole place from orbit, or orbit with your ships and bombard them and bomb them and just wait until there's nothing left standing on the island. And congratulations, you've now quote unquote taken Midway.
Yeah, and it's really weird just because at least I'm hold on, I actually have the book.
The man's got a book.
Okay, so the available like bombardment units would have been a cruiser division and then a couple of not couple, but like actually like second destroyer squadron available for the Ishiki detachment. So it's cruisers and it's not no battleships available just because A, they're not equipped for shore bombardment, sustained shore bombardment, and B, they're also like very far away. Even as part of the Japanese, invasion force. Now they're acting as a potential like surface engagement.
Yeah, they're acting as a distant screening for the carriers to. Or no, the forces that were allotted for the ground support were 6 ships, 4 heavy cruisers, 2 destroyers, and then 12 float planes, and that was it. The other main component of Midway was the carrier group, with a pair of battleships, a pair of heavy cruisers, a light cruiser, a bunch of destroyers, and then a shitload of airplanes. And then the rest of the fleet, which was 2 light carriers, 5 battleships, 4 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and then 35 unnamed support ships, which were all just sort of off to the side to try and sail around and meet anything that came to reinforce the Americans, and just did nothing. So yeah, you've got a lot of limited ships for the Japanese to actually use. Especially in a shore bombardment role where not all of the battleships and even not all the cruisers had the ammunition for that. At which point you just have dive bombers.
Yeah.
Which again is contingent on your carriers being alive.
Also didn't work.
No, it didn't, because who knew Midway was covered in AA platforms.
That and they're just dug in.
Oh, they were really well dug in.
I hesitate just because like there's also like an actual genuine example of how much like a naval bombardment can be very random, especially in the Pacific War, because you get Guadalcanal like a couple like months later, and Japanese hit that shit with Hiroshima and Hie and a bunch of cruisers. And what did that do to the 1st Marine Division? Absolutely fucking nothing. They're dug in.
That's also why attacking Okinawa from the Americans' perspective was also fucking hellish, because they had, like, from what I recall, 3 or 4 separate shore defense batteries of major caliber guns, all just dug into hillsides and mountaintops, or hilltops rather, and those were reinforced, and it was very, very difficult for the Americans, even with late war fire control and experience, to actually do anything to them. I'm pretty sure, from what I recall, one of them was actually taken by Marines who landed, took shitloads of losses, and only barely managed to get there and take it. Also, this is Okinawa, and America has those fucking LSTs that have fucking rockets on them. And they have hundreds of those things. The rocket landing platforms are so cool. I love them. I want one.
Okay. So here's one. What if thoughts on how the USS Nimitz would have wrecked the Japanese fleet at Pearl Harbor and conducted itself afterwards, as seen in the historical documentary, The Final Countdown? Well, that's going to be... He's talking about the film The Final Countdown, where the USS Nimitz goes back to the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor.
You couldn't hear it, but I sighed heavily.
I don't know why you're surprised. This is Ramblings. We get this sort of question all the time.
What
Oh no.
how do modern ships face off against World War II ships?
Yeah.
I mean,
seems to happen regularly.
it also depends on what Nimitz, because you get the. I mean, actually, no, it doesn't. Fucking, they'll die.
Well, yeah.
The only thing that stops it is the fact that you potentially don't have a resupply options, but also you just bomb them. It's
I was going to say,
not hard.
I want to imagine the Hornets flying around with
Well, no, it's
fucking
no.
World
Well,
War II
no,
gun
it's
bombs
well, no,
and
it's
torpedoes.
it's Nimitz as first commissioned. There are no Hornets.
Oh,
you just
you didn't say as first
So it's
commission.
even worse because you have A6s and A7s, which have longer range and higher payloads.
Yeah, that's like harder curb stomping. What?
When was the Final Countdown made? Let me see.
It's Tomcat era, so it's the air group would have been 2 squadrons of F4s, or not F4s, F14s, 2 squadrons of A7s, and 1 squadron of A6s.
Yeah, 1980.
So it would have been 24 Tomcats, I believe it's something like 28 A7. Hawkeyes do not care that much. I mean, you don't really need the Hawkeyes because you're not facing off against a backfire threat. You're facing off against
Facing off against a swarm of World War II piston engine aircraft,
Which are also
that
probably
The
never going to
A7s.
find you. They're never going to find you.
The A7s have enough firepower to fucking dogfight these things. And the fact that they just shoot them with a Sidewinder and then, oops.
They're also going to be like, what the fuck is this gigantic floating island they've got in the middle of Midway Harbour? By the way, why is it in Midway Harbour? Why is it not just out? Because, you know, I don't think that it was dredged at that point to handle a fucking supercarrier.
See, what I imagine being the biggest limiting fact would be the fact that you're asking like the Americans, it's like, hey, do you have any JP5?
Oh.
Or it's JP3, which would have been very funny to try and procure, but otherwise, I mean, Nimitz has like enough of aviation fuel. I get yelled at for saying it, but avgas, because there's technically not avgas, but whatever. I'm gonna kill the nerds who say that because it's fucking liquid. Being that, you know, you could probably sort it for like 2 months.
Well, I mean, it's just a contraction of aviation gasoline, so it still works.
It's not aviation gasoline.
I know. That's what they think it is.
I mean, that's what you also probably could use. Fuelless fuel.
No. No.
There you go. Hey, Delta.
Try running your diesel car on petrol and see how it works out. I'll let
Yeah,
you
it doesn't.
figure that out.
Yeah.
Or
doesn't.
your petrol car on diesel,
Ooh.
which is just as bad.
See, I could put petrol in my Tesla. It works.
I'm just changing the oil. All these men laughing at me. I'm in a Tesla. Oh, my dad's planning to get a Tesla.
That's okay. I'm gonna be honest.
To get
Don't.
a different electric car.
Don't. I love my Tesla. Don't get one.
Yeah.
I
But
mean,
he can get it through work, so he's not actually putting down, 50 grand for it.
the modern U.S. carrier air wing would be easier to fly in 1941 than the air. Nope.
That's not how that works. Refuel. Again, no. It's a different type of fuel.
Well, I do want to very briefly take a brief divergence here.
Welcome back, Shipyard.
Yeah, his internet kind of died.
Yo.
Sadly.
You Brits need to fix your internet.
Now you listen here. Your wife's a
Well, no,
Brit.
that's Flea. I've got fibre. I'm good.
I've got
okay.
fibre.
Do you though?
Yes.
It's not
It
very
exists.
good fibre.
My fibre's
It's the
bloody.
fiber brand.
My fibre's bloody perfect. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
500 down and 250 up.
See, I have 10 gig.
I have the power of my mind.
To be fair, I have a fucking server room. I fucking need that.
That is true.
Admiral Yamaguchi orders the withdrawal of the Northern Force. Is that the force that includes the battleships, or is that what was the Kiributai at Midway? Anybody? I don't know.
I don't remember.
Bear with.
Shipyard's got it. I need my sustenance.
Oh yeah, I'm playing
Electrical
Fallout.
cards not the future of Audible. That's correct. I think I like. I'm going to the card talk because I've been on Facebook Marketplace for too long. But yeah, electrical cards are probably not going to be the future of automobiles. I do believe that like the weird in between of like hybrids are going to be a way forward. But it really depends on both how efficient you can get like both the recycling ability of lithium-ion batteries, because that's like if you get really efficient lithium-ion battery recycling, I do believe that like electric cars are going to hydrogens are the future are kind of dumb because you have the inability of maintenance with plus the sheer lack of unavailability, because like hydrogen engines make sense if you have a good process for conversion of electricity, but like the problem with hydrogen engines is the fact that you need electricity to make hydrogen, and if we're having an energy crisis or like we're having issues making electricity, the comparison of a hydrogen engine comparison like to an electrical engine in terms of waste only starts making sense when you have a 70 to 80% like throughput for hydrogen engine or hydrogen manufacturer. The car itself, that's fine, but whatever. But the ecosystem of the US trying to provide for hydrogen engines is the main problem with it. And you're already seeing that kind of issue just because, Toyota is the one that's trying to, push it, and, good for them. They need to. But, hydrogen engines only kind of really make sense when you go to the higher scale because, think of the 18-wheelers or the Euro Truck Simulator. I have a solution for more electricity. It's going to involve nuclear energy because we're already going through the max throughput for that kind of stuff.
Yes, I'm very interested in how nuclear fusion's going, because I've had maybe a 2.5-hour conversation with my mother and her fiance, now husband, over this weekend about the future of nuclear energy.
That's a hell of a conversation to have at the dinner table.
What do you mean?
I like that.
So
I wish I had more conversations like that.
I don't remember what we were watching, but it was a guy who's going through the Lake District, and on his final visit, he goes to the big. It's that gigantic fucking nuclear plant that we had that had a leak. I can't remember the name of it. Maybe. It's now like one of the most secure sites in the UK after the Palace.
Yeah, all the
It's
nuclear
also-
submarine bases where we have our ICBMs.
No. It's the one that has it for a long time became Western Europe's nuclear decommissioning site, and over the next 100 years or so, thank you. He went there, and me and the fam had a very long conversation about the future of nuclear energy and how, nuclear fission was kind of bad because of all the risks. When it worked, it fucking worked. And the future of nuclear energy is fusion, because it's a lot greener, produces far less waste, and is actually much more efficient in terms of energy generation.
Once we can get it running.
I mean, we've almost got it running. France is about to commission its first nuclear fusion plant.
Wait, what? No, that can't be right.
Yeah, they are. It was in the news last year, actually.
That can't be. There's no.
Yes, fusion has its own issues.
The
But
friendship
to
consistent.
immediately, like,
I thought we were
No, there
decades
isn't.
away. I thought we were decades away from a proper fusion plant.
No.
we're decades away from viable, like, fully fledged commercial building like we had during like the Cold War for nuclear fission plants. Because we still need to iron out the cracks of how do we fusion properly on Earth? Because the closest fusion reaction we can see is the sun.
Ah, yes.
I'm not going to get into a side story about
And the last
space
thing.
because we don't have time for that.
No, and I would like to get back to my ships.
Hold on, I forgot this thing existed. Hold on. I'm just gonna
What-
share this.
What did he find?
It's a really cool thing. Remember nuclear cruisers for the USN? No.
God, no. It's like asking to bring back the USS Enterprise because she was
Well,
called Leaky E for a reason.
I love this thing because not only the fact
Oh,
that
is
they
that
put
the
a
anti-drone gun?
no. Look at the they put
I
a
like how it's got a
fucking
red dot.
and I love the drone buses instructions.
The drone buster. Who the?
Yeah, it's the anti-drone
what,
gun.
What daft git called it the drone buster?
People who fucking knows their way around fucking names. Holy shit.
I like
Cool
how it's
name.
got trademarked. Look at that. It's copyright.
That's like calling something shooty McDrone face. It's terrible.
That's a big
Anyway,
deal.
so Shipyard, did you find out about which was the Northern Force?
So, there is a Northern Area Force, but Yamaguchi. Like you said, isn't it?
Yes, Yamaguchi. Yama,
Yeah.
literally spelt as it sounds.
Yeah, that's fine. He was in charge of the second carrier division, which was Hiryu and Soryu.
Oh, so if basically after Soryu, Kaga, and Akagi get absolutely slapped, he just nopes out of there rather than doing the Bushido thing and attempting to counterattack. How long do you estimate Hiryu lasts? Hiryu is probably kept as a reserve, because the Japanese like to operate their fleet carriers in pairs. So, unless they absolutely have to. So if they've got Shikaku and Zuikaku, they'll deploy them for the Guadalcanal campaign as a pair, and they'll keep Hiryu back until either Taiho comes online or one of the Unryus comes online, and then pair her with them. So that'll give them 2 pairs of carriers, which means Hiryu probably meets her fate at Philippine Sea, along with Taiho. Although if Hiryu's there, Taiho may not die at Philippine Sea. Hard to say. Maybe Hiryu takes the torpedoes that were meant for Taiho. Who knows?
So there's something additional to add to this here.
Oh boy.
So if we're going off what the Northern Force is, in accordance with what Wikipedia says, because I don't have a book of it,
In accordance with the great thing in the sky.
in accordance with Wikipedia, the fountain of youth and knowledge.
Oh dear, we have a good
Northern
time
area.
here. We have a good time here, folks. We have a good time here.
The Northern Area Force, which is under the command of Vice Admiral something, Hosogoya, which is his flagship is Nachi. I don't know how that's going to work if Yamaguchi goes nope, but you know, that's got the Miyoko class cruiser Nachi, 2 Akatsuki class, some support ships, the second carrier striking force, which is Ryujo and Jinyo.
Okay, that's 2 light carriers.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Fourth cruiser
sorry.
squadron.
In order to be consistent, one medium-sized fleet carrier and a light carrier. Yeah, I'm gonna give Ryujo that title because they can.
Yeah.
Large light cruiser.
Fisher, what are you doing here? Fisher, no, put Ryujo's plans down. Oh dear.
But with that, you've also got the fourth cruiser squadron of 2 Takaus, but you've also got the second battleship division in it, which is Fuso, Hyuga, Issei, Yamashiro.
I was going to say, isn't that all the 14s?
Yeah.
So
It's all the 14s. I mean, there's nothing.
That's pretty potent, actually.
It is, but
super
we've
good,
also
but it's not
we've also got the point here of what exactly are they going to do now that Hiryu's going home, The Battle of Midway's been lost. The only thing to do is to go home.
Well, I know what they will do is launch a wall of skill and run away. Because they've got the Kitakami in it.
Oh,
Well, to be fair, they've got 4 Fubukis, 4 Shiratsuryus, 2 Hataharu, no, 6 Shiratsuryus?
I mean,
They don't list it normally.
I suppose that if Hiryu's going away, but he knows the rough position of the US task force, he could pass that by radio to Ryujo and what was the other one?
Jinyo.
Which can put up a could put up a strike package equivalent to what Hiryu by herself could put up.
You're looking at 16 Zeke fighters from Ryujo and 21 Kates. Jinyo can put up 15 Vals.
So that means we've got so we've got a dive bomber strike package, a torpedo strike package, and admittedly, yeah, they are Zeeks, so they're not exactly zeros, but it's still something to distract the F4Fs.
yeah.
I looked at it wrong. It's a 0.
Yeah. I think it's more going
Oh, yes.
to be a
The
case
Zeke
of
is
we
0.
need to throw up aircraft to either tie up the American air groups as we run away, or to try and break up the Americans' fleet composition so much that they start moving out of line to.
I mean, that is
dodge
true,
bombs and
but
torpedoes,
do we know what the strike
and then
package?
hightail it back?
Do we know what the strike package that Hiryu put up that actually sank Yorktown was?
Bear with.
Because if we can replicate that or get within shouting distance of it from those 2 carriers, there's no reason why those 2 can't slam Yorktown in the face and sink it.
Where is Wikipedia? Because I need Wikipedia for this.
I've got Soryu. No, Hiryu. We
It has
Hiryu?
18 Zeeks, 18 Vals, and 18 Kates. That's its air group approximately at Midway. Soryu's is basically the same.
Oh, it's got.
Kaga and Akagi's is also the same.
Okay.
I feel the Americans are going to lose here.
Sorry, you had 2 additional Judy dive bombers.
Well, they're not going to lose, but it's going to be the same outcome as historical, with Yorktown going under.
Wait for this. So the commander of the 0 Squadron of Ryujo was Lieutenant Kobayashi. This is a no-win scenario.
Oh. Why?
Oh, do I have to? Oh, Kobayashi Maru.
Wait,
Oh!
yeah, I was going to say, wasn't he the guy with the Kobayashi Maru?
Oh god, I am too. But yeah, so what you've basically got is as historical, except it's even worse for the US because Hiryu survives, and probably so do Ryujo and Junyo. Because if any American counterstrike comes in, the American pilots are going to see 2 small carriers and go, that's okay, those are targets. They're going to see 4 juicy battleships and go, ooh.
I think another thing we should look at is what other carriers the Japanese brought to the table were.
Well, all the rest of those carriers are on the bottom of the bloody ocean, apart from Hiryu.
No, they're not. Zuiho's there.
Ah, yes, Zuiho,
She's a
who is, a carrier in quotation marks.
Yeah, she's
I think 24 aircraft at the maximum.
I mean,
Yeah,
add to
it's still
the
a
strike
flat
package,
top,
I
innit?
guess. Add to the strike package,
12
I
Kates.
guess.
She's got 12 Kates and 12
Zeros.
Zeeks. Oh, she has zeros.
Yeah, A6
Okay,
M2s are
so that
zeros.
might be able. Oh yes, I think the Americans are still going to use Yorktown. Yorktown.
They're going to use Yorktown until they lose it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there any other carriers here before we run away from this question.
Yes. In which case, start asking more questions, people.
Oh, they've got Hosho!
No!
Yes,
Hosho!
the training carrier that can't carry zeros.
Hosho.
Wait,
Oh.
y'all spell Hosho wrong. It's spelled.
Oh god, I can't. It's great. This is just.
Do you want to know what she's carrying?
No.
Are
Go
we
on
doing-
then.
Hosho.
8 Yokosuka B4Y1 Gene biplane torpedo bombers.
the like Japanese swordfish time.
They don't have the same torpedoes. They don't even have like the Cade's torpedoes, I believe, right?
I know, it's great. It's just these.
Also, what are we talking about?
Basically, we're having a laugh at this point about what sort of strike package can we put together if Hiryu's running away. What strike package can we put together from the other carriers in the area that have been passed the information about where the damaged Yorktown is, roughly?
It would normally be Zuiho, Junyo, and Hio?
Yeah, basically. And but we're also throwing in Zuho because why the fuck not?
Hosho too.
So, Zuiho's too far away, and then Hosho's just not available.
So we got
the
so
aircraft from Hosho
basically
can carry a 800-kilogram warhead.
yeah. So
800-kilogram torpedo.
yeah. So basically, we're down to just so basically it is what we thought. For a strike package, it's going to be Rougeau and Junyo that are going to be doing the strike package, which is a fairly effective strike package, as we said. You've got dive, torpedo, and zero fighters.
The problem is positioning, just because the what is it? The Kakuta was like fucking like he's very far west of the Kitabutai, so he'd have to rush the Rushu and Junyo, which the Junyo can't fucking rush. It's a how many 25 knot carrier, I think. So
Yeah.
not really
Very quick.
it's not particularly a quick carrier that you can get a good flanking action with the
So basically, we're looking at there is really no option for a counter strike if Hiryu doesn't do it.
well, so the only way you would normally get, like, and this is what the Japanese were thinking, that they would chase down Hiryu with Yorktown, like Enterprise and Hornet would have been if like they continually pursued and try to close in the range so that you get better strike efficiency with your carrier aircraft, which that was kind of the assumption the Japanese were doing when they initially thought, like, hey, we just lost to Kagikaga and Soryu.
They're gonna come back for Hiryu.
They're gonna come back for Hiryu by closing in with Hiryu. Which, no.
What about Chitose?
Chitose is a fucking seaplane tender.
She's not converted at this point. She's not converted at this point. She will be later, but she's not now.
You get a couple of E8s, which is yippee. It's not Suisei, so well, whatever.
I'm just throwing shit out here, by the way. Covering all bases.
Okay, who's not dead?
Sound off if you got a. Who's not dead? Sound off. literally the night. That's all I imagine. The night after, as Hiryu's running dark back to Japan, the Yamaguchi just strikes a torch and, like, in his best rock impression, "All right, who's not dead? Sound off."
I'm not gonna lie, had I woken up on that rooftop back here, I would have said that.
Oh.
Alright, who's not dead? Sound
As
off.
if-
On the rooftop. During the fall of Saigon, except we're the South Vietnamese. Oh, I still stand by my decision to stay on that rooftop.
In one of Rex's videos featuring Drakenifel, he said that if Ark Royal survived, also including an E in there, so, alright. Ark Royal E survived, would the RN send the Pacific to aid the US when they lose Hornet and Yorktown at Midway? Since Ark Royal is perfect for... She's not perfect for Pacific
She's not
Operation.
perfect, but she was
More
the best
aligned
we
for
had
that.
Pacific Operation.
I mean, she wouldn't be sent to aid the US, she'd be sent to form the core of whatever Australian squadron is operating out of Australia. Most likely, and provide what carrier cover she can.
She also may have been the one that got earmarked for supporting the US's USS Robin instead of an Illustrious, because she has
She's bigger hangar decks, and she's
bigger hangars. to take American aircraft with their folding wings, and if push came to shove, ostensibly better flying off platform for US aircraft than one of the Illustriouses because she's much higher.
Yeah.
So she can get like much more wind over the deck.
She is also a very good AA platform because she actually has more heavy AA firepower than any other US carrier in theatre. Or any other carrier in theatre. 4.5
gun-based AA is overrated anyways.
Yeah, we know that, Sierra. God damn it, Mr. Fight. Why do you think we came up with fighter direction?
Oh, that's not what I'm not known for. It's literally in my profile. I don't know how you not know this.
Fucking standard missile, motherfucker.
That's a Telos.
No, I'm talking about the pronouns. Standard missile looking motherfucker. Oh, Sierra. Sierra, you missed me in Shipyard basically attempting to rebuild Hood and Vanguard in 1979. That was a trip, wasn't it, Shipyard? That was a trip.
That was 30 minutes.
I don't.
Like that was a 30-minute trip.
How would you rebuild her?
Well, Sea-Dodders, I know you're here in the channel. Would you post the two vessels, please?
Let me get Richelieu for a second.
No, don't torture Richelieu with this shit.
Missile battleship Hood.
No.
No.
Look, Spruance, the destroyer, carries more firepower than the Iowa. That's not a joke. It's just what it is.
It's not. It mildly upsets me though.
I'd take a Spruance over an Iowa any day.
The sprue cans are really good.
I mean, because you get Spruance in 1986, which is.
Oh, it's this one. Why does she look? I hate it.
I'm just saying.
Why does she still have the guns? Pain.
I still love. Like, I mean, yeah. What the fuck? Would those raiders even work?
That isn't Vanguard, is it?
That's Hood.
That's Vanguarded.
That's not Vanguarded.
It's not even Vanguarded.
No, it's not. No.
I still hate it.
Just make Britain build like an actual like get into standard missile program, and boom, you got a decent air defense.
Just get us in on the fucking 3T so we can go from there. I don't care if it's like an Anglophone coalition on standard missile program, like in the 60s or whatever. I just want it to have better missiles.
Yeah, but then we don't get the Sea Slug meme.
I don't even like Sea Slug.
You can call it Sea Slug when it's in service.
Yeah, you can keep the name, just get rid of the fucking missiles.
Sea Sparrows wouldn't particularly. I mean, would Sea Sparrows work? No, you'd still need illuminators for them. I mean, like, so Sea Sparrows has like as a defensive armament, it really only works just because the illumination for them is like so goddamn janky that like you can put it on anything. Which is why like you get the random Nox class with Sea Sparrows, and then oh yeah, no, that's our basic anti-aircraft defense, which is I guess it works, but on the other hand, just if you are dedicated, like almost like anti-air warfare, or even the British realized that probably having a sort of Talos or like Harrier equivalent would be the the normal.
Oh god, I also remember she's ostensibly nuclear powered as well.
How does that work?
Good question. I don't fucking know.
What's this all about?
Where are her funnels?
What's this all about?
Oh, I had one of these inside.
That was that was an extremely cursed Hood that someone asked about. What if nuclear powered? And Sea-Dodders did his thing and went, well, I'm gonna go and make it.
The problem with the ANSPY ones, at least in terms of the 1980s, was just strangely there wasn't enough of them. It's really hard to get to increase the throughput of radars, especially as advanced as ANSPY 1 was. So, of course, I'd rather have a Tycho in the 1980s, but the standard average was still SM-1 ER equipped cruisers for the most part. The USN actually gets the 8-inch Mark 71 dual purpose gun to work. How does that work?
How though?
problem was not like the actual system itself, was that it's more the fact that the USN didn't really want to spend the money for an 8-inch gun just because you could just get a 5-inch gun and
do
extend the range.
Yeah, just do the same thing. Why do you need an 8-inch? There's a reason why the program was dropped. I know
I
this.
mean, hell,
I know this coming from the if even the Fleet of Oceans is saying big guns on ships bad in modern era, it's no.
It's not that they're bad. It's that everything that they wanted it to do, the 5-inch did just as well, and anything out of that you have missiles for.
The amount of times the amount of times I have to go basically wag my finger and go no big gun ships in the modern era at people is just silly. Why do people? Why do?
Speaking, there was no talk about refitting Vanguard with missiles.
Because that wouldn't have been her purpose. The whole point of Vanguard is that she's a surface action task group flagship and a fuck you to 2 Sverdlovs at once.
I mean, you could also
As
just
an
do that
anti-air
with.
platform as well.
Yeah, that too.
She was pretty mean.
You could also
it would
just.
have been really fucking funny to see a super old, barely out of mothball Vanguard go to the Falklands and be like,
That was what we were talking about, because we basically said, well, this is
No,
the refit, like this is like a last refit before they go into reserve in 1980.
No, like
So-
no refit. She comes bare bones.
No, Sierra, I'm talking about. We basically had a laugh because we basically just we came out with ships that had a few Bofors mounts, some Seacat, some 4.5 twins, and some 3-inch twins, and basically just walked up into the bay where the British are landing, and the Argentines come in at low level, and Vanguard and Hood go, no, this is a no-fly zone. Bang, 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 bang.
I mean, how did that work for Sheffield?
it doesn't. Sheffield
doesn't.
dies because Sheffield was not a very good ship.
It still fucking dies.
Well, yeah, Sheffield.
Really,
Well, yeah, Sheffield doesn't have 3-inch AA or 4.5-inch duels that are
what?
tooled
Well,
up for.
those aren't going to realistically stop the jets. They're going to
I
scare
mean-
the shit out of them, which is exactly what mid to late war US doctrine was. It's not we're going to kill the airplane. It's we're going to make the pilot scream so loudly he breaks off target.
I'm also-
and misses.
Pretty sure the Exocet outranges the effective gunfire range of the 4.5-inch guns. I could be wrong.
Yes,
though.
it does.
Well, yeah, but yeah, it's not those aircraft I'm bothered about stopping, because you're not gonna stop them with that weapons loadout. It's about stopping the aircraft that are coming in and doing things like dropping bombs on targets like this. Yeah, it's about stopping the
The
Skyhawks.
Skyhawks didn't particularly get stopped by the 4.5-inch guns either. So
Well, yeah, the 4.5s aren't the thing that are going to do it. It's going to be the 40mm blind fire Bofors and the 3-inch
Especially
the 3-inch
if-
radar guided AA.
if you're getting dropped by those guys, you're also getting it way out of range of 40mm effective range.
Well, that's what the 3-inch are there for.
You'll
But again, Sierra, it's not about destroying the aircraft. It's about putting
Well,
enough
that's-
lead in the air that
Yeah, that's
that
what
they.
Sierra's saying. They're going to be attacking from ranges out where that's not going to be a factor.
Well, Hood-
I mean, most you're going to be able to have to do is use the 5.
I mean, look-
I'm talking about the dumb bomb dropping, the aircraft that are dropping dumb bombs. You can't attack from that far out with dumb bombs.
you can ask the Vietnamese how that worked for
Sure
them.
you can.
Vietnam.
Basically saying the...
Save me,
what
Royal
happened to
Navy
Antelope
man!
and the 21s. To stop the 21s from sinking, that's the idea
if-
to where to put it. If that makes sense.
I mean, even then, that's one of the reasons I'd say super old mothball Vanguard. She's not gone through any major rebuild, and the only thing she has are her default loadouts,
Which is
with maybe some
5.25.
box launchers slapped on to provide long-range strike ability. I'd still only use them in a shore bombardment and bay defense role. I would not use them for carrier escort.
Shipyard, we gave them some form of long-range
Yeah, blowpipe.
missile. No, not blowpipe.
Ew.
We gave them something else. What did we give them?
Blowpipe, beloved.
Like you remember,
I've held one of those launchers. It's heavy as shit.
I know it's
like
fucking
we looked through a catalogue of British missiles, didn't we? And we couldn't for 1971, and we couldn't find anything that fitted.
Oh yeah,
Tasmans cannot fit an A6s.
That's Sea Dart.
Yeah, we were looking at Sea Dart.
Starstreak
we
would also
only-
not.
We only worked it out that it was going to be 2 Sea Darts because you'd have to have a limited amount of 909 radars.
Yeah,
Rapier,
Because if you
Radar
started-
is also really fucking big as a system on a ship. It's not just the twin arm launcher. It's the
Oh yeah, no, this is what we
as
said.
well.
Like she has
Yeah.
you're only able to give her 2, possibly 3 Sea Dart launcher because of the amount of radar.
Actually,
I think just 2 because you'd have
Rapier
one on
would-
each side and that would be it.
Rapier actually wouldn't be that bad as an option just because of how little you'd need to do just to put it on. You just put the trailer of the Rapier on it and then
Yeah,
it'll work.
the problem that we were having is that we were trying to do these refits in 71, so our options for missiles
You
were
could
limited.
do a Soviet/modern Russian thing and just put a Rapier truck on the back of Vanguard.
I mean, to be fair, they could have had some rapiers just slapped onto them before they went down to the Falklands. Just
Yeah,
casually
rapier.
slap the trailer on.
Ooh.
put a marksman on the heli deck, just because.
Do we even have marksmen in 82?
We had a marksman. I think it may have been. I think it may have still been chieftain marksman or centurion marksman.
Oh, flipping hell. Bloodhound is basically just Sea
Yeah.
Cat. No, Sea Dart. No, Sea Slug.
We're not putting
Why do you all-
Bloodhound on. No, we're not putting Bloodhound or, God forbid, Thunderbird on Vanguard. That is asking for trouble.
The problem is, I'm pretty sure with those,
You may be able to
think
get
that's-
away with like a couple of guys with javelins, the AA, but even then, you probably want blowpipe over javelin because blowpipe was just one missile.
Did someone say Javelin?
Yeah, I meant the AA.
Aw.
so basically what we're saying is, load Vanguard up with man pads.
It would work for relatively close surface to air rather than long range stuff. But that's where you got
Clearly.
CR, allegedly.
Clearly, to compensate, we give the Argentinians F-111s.
No.
No, we're not giving them aardvarks. Why would you do that?
It'd be funny.
Honestly, the war would have been over if we just if the UK just had Phantoms still in the fleet.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it. Like, that is so true.
Like,
Finally.
sure, you can have Invincible with her Harriers, and you use her for Harrier platform. But you just retain the Phantoms aboard Ark Royal. Easy.
I
Job
would.
done.
I like Zoli because he gets like really good artwork, and then you get like the crack shit like this.
Yeah,
That's why I like Zoli. Honestly. Oh,
like
God.
no one's denying his artistic skill.
I just think like, no, I like it when like he does like a great realistic, like very detailed ship, and then he snorts a line of crack.
Yeah, it's like,
And then makes
what
it-
if the SDF had a carrier?
He snorts a line of crack.
I'm sorry, cocaine.
I mean, no. Given some of the shit he comes out with, like that is entirely apt. It's just funny
That's
that's what you went with.
just the Japanese Red Fleet timeline carrier. That's all that is.
Harry's
That's all that is.
non-violent
Fucking
police-
stealing my OCs, stealing my my OSs,
Torture,
stealing my
the
fucking
torture
original
that gets
ship
in
designs.
with the lineup of Jean Bar. If I can find it.
See, no.
Oh,
The Harriers are viable fleet defense aircraft, but there's only one Harrier that can be used as a viable fleet defense aircraft.
Grey Ghost,
Marine
we've
one.
Grey Ghost, we've been
You
through.
like
Grey Ghost, you literally had Drac answer this question in the last ramblings. We did this.
it's the Harriers with AN-120 pylons for fucking no reason,
Oh yeah.
and they're so goofy.
Found it? Oh, this is it. Found it.
He said create a timeline.
The problem being that
Create a timeline? So create a timeline if Fuso and
once
Issei...
again, just to head off the inevitable question, if you are forced to have a battle carrier conversion, the Jean Bar suggestion, I think it wasn't even an on the books proposition, it was just a what if we did this?
It's definitely the best of them.
Jean Bar, that's how you do it, because you still retain all the forward guns and the rest of the ship from the guns backwards is just deck space. That's why.
And it's not a bad length flight deck.
In Wales? Is it Kentucky in Wales?
Yeah, Kentucky is just bad in
it's
every
the most
metric.
One. It's Kearsarge and the other one. The one that has like triples and a quad.
We
aft.
don't talk about...
Dumb. Don't do that. That's silly. That's also a bad use of your deck space.
I love this picture.
The Jean Bar suggestion was the most sensible and sane of the battle carrier suggestions. Also, because there was also
Grey Ghost,
a talk.
I now have to work through
length.
the question regarding... Okay, so just to fill Sierra and Hood in, because I know Shipyard was here last week, so he might remember, but just in case you don't...
I wasn't here for this bit.
So, basically, Grey Ghost asked, again, the question he's been asking for a while, which is, what if Fuso and Issei got Italian-style rebuilds? I basically said that they basically did, but Japanese-style, keeping all their guns. And then he said, well, what about removing the middle turrets? And then me and Drac got talking about, well, if you remove the middle turrets from all 4 ships, that gives you 16 guns. And, or more accurately, 8 turrets. So you've got the ability to use those turrets to do something. And we said, well, what are they going to do? And I said, well, if they've rebuilt the Fusos and Isseis to be 28-knot ships with 8 14-inch guns, then you may as well either build some 28-knot modern fast capital ships with the 16 14-inch guns you've got. That is basically two basically almost modern Congos, if you like. Let's say 45,000 ton ships, armoured against 16-inch gunfire, capable of 30 plus knots. Or you build 2 monstrously fast battle cruisers that are purely battle cruisers, like 35 knot speed demons that sole purpose is to hunt enemy cruisers.
The real question being that, do they finally get refrigerators?
No.
No.
As for a timeline, well, assuming this takes place at the same time that the Japanese are leaving the naval treaties, so let's say in the mid-30s, then you're looking at these ships being built in parallel to things like Yamato, Musashi, the carriers. They're probably going to go with the fast battleship option, because it means then they have a or they may choose to go with a 20. Yeah, it's probably more likely they're going to choose to go with a 28-knot fast capital ship that's just better armored. So they have a homogeneous battle line of 8 28-knot capital ships with, well, 28-ish. We've got with the 26.5-knot Nagatos bringing up the rear, but all 26+ knot battle line of 8 ships alongside the 2 Yamatos as well, which is an interesting. Because if you've got these more heavily armored vessels that are built with a modern turreted secondary battery, like the it's probably going to be the Japanese 5-inch. So you're looking at probably... What are we thinking? 8 5-inch mounts? 2 per side?
I have not been listening. What's going on?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think it matters.
But but basically, so you've got 2 additional... So that's okay. You've got 2 additional more heavily armoured Congos, basically, that are slightly slower. At 28 knots.
The problem being is that they need refrigeration so that they have the 1
Sierra,
horsepower.
are you going to...
Look, Annie's a really big nerd on Japanese, or Imperial Japanese Navy cuisine. It's really fun.
Right. Can I please, before I lose what's left of my mind? So, they're probably going to see most use in Guadalcanal, where they're probably also going to get killed, to be fair.
Oops.
What the fuck is... Samurai, what the hell is that?
I love the imagination of, like, the random-ass, like, Imperial Japanese commanders that have, like, are either very skittish or conservative, or, like, very balls to the walls, and then get demoted because of it.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing that happens with, like, historiography of the period, but yeah, I mean, it fucking works in conveying the message of how weird Japanese staff was at the time.
But yeah, that's basically it. They probably meet their end at Guadalcanal.
I've got a question
Okay.
for the chat, and for us.
Oh boy.
Have you ever heard of the Design GW96 Alpha?
No.
I don't know what nation that is.
Think
UK.
I have.
Don't pay attention to British people, so.
Is that the
Your
goofy
wife's
battleship
British!
That was, what, is that the battleship that was we made the line slightly longer and put another triple turret in, or am I thinking of a different?
No.
Okay.
It's a cruiser design.
Right.
I posted a picture above the gunnery officers.
Oh, this one. It's the Lion class cruiser, but it's a single-ended missile one.
Yeah.
Oh.
With is that fucking Sea Dart?
No, that's Sea Slug.
Oh, it's Slug. Oh no, Sea Dart's
Yeah.
the big red ones that I
That-
like. Sea Slug is the
Holy
one I
shit,
don't
that sounds like
like.
a terrible idea. What the fuck?
Oh my god, look at the giant radar illuminator atop the bridge. Herder, I can see you!
Okay, I'm gonna put my ECE. I'm gonna put my ECE pants on. That fucking node electric outlet sounds like a terrible fucking idea. Holy shit.
That looks like something Apple would sell, and Apple Bros would be like, "It's the fucking future, man."
I mean, look, they successfully sold a piece of metal for $900. I think we're losing.
So this is why I don't buy Apple shit.
I'm Jimmy
Also,
Jim.
I noticed that today, a ship that has "quote unquote" rediscovered sailing set sail from China this morning.
Well, it's not about rediscovering sailing. It's
No, I
about
Sending a
know, but
message.
the essence of it is we've discovered what sails are and are using it to power the ship and sail.
I hate that. Look, I know Tolsy made it to be accurate to what it was, but I hate that.
Oh.
I hate that with a passion. We don't talk about it.
We don't talk about Glorious Amagi.
Because look at it,
Glorious,
it's
what the
horrible.
hell?
It's horrible.
Not because she's glorious, but because she's
Horrible.
She looks like
Are you-
the
Disgusting.
glorious class.
It's disgusting.
Carriers.
I hate it. It's bad.
I like it.
Grey
I
Ghost,
like the
Grey
funnel,
Ghost, I'm getting
and
to
that's
that.
about it.
No, Grey Ghost, they get boilers. If a squadron of A1 Sky Raiders get transported to the US right after Langley got recommissioned as a CV in March 20th, 1922, what might change in the short term and the long term? The torpedo bomber version used for ground attack in Vietnam.
Wait, hold on. Why are you invading Vietnam in 1922?
No,
What
he's
is
talking
this
about
question?
the Sky... It's Grey Ghost asking one of his interesting alternate history, what if aircraft got sent back
Why?
to...
When you figure out what the question is, Grey Ghost, I'll answer it.
See, the problem is that, on the one hand, I want to answer the question because, you know, you get to bomb the French. On the other hand, it's a nonsensical question, so I don't particularly see the-
Alright, so the thing about the Sky Raider,
Yeah,
because I'm assuming that is the point of the question.
Yeah, like, what if the Sky Raider gets sent back to March 22?
USN having Sky Raiders in 22 is, fuck, we can't launch this and land this on anything because it's too fucking big.
But it does show the way for some things.
It does mean that very early on, yeah, no, I know, but the thing is that the Sky Raider is a big fucking plane.
Like,
What
the
we've
Lexingtons will be able to carry it.
Maybe.
No.
Maybe.
You need a lot more.
but-
You need a lot more deck length for it, and the
Yeah,
current status
the
of.
thing about carrier development since, say, the end of the Second World War, or even during the Second World War, actually, when you see progressively larger aircraft and the platforms that they need to fly off of, this is where you start getting into carrier size increases. The main reason that America went with supercarriers was because aircraft were getting progressively larger, their payloads were getting larger, and the requirements to have them lift off were getting progressively larger. It's not a case of, we're America, we can build the biggest of shits. It's, we need a big platform to launch all these fucking aircraft off of, and if we want to do sustained and continuous sorties, and multiple sorties per ship, we need a bigger aircraft carrier. Not just that's wider, to give us more platforms for the aircraft to launch off of. That's why they have like 3 catapults and an angled flight deck. But also, it's a lot longer to accommodate the fact that we need a bigger space for them to launch off of and land onto simultaneously. If America gets Sky Raiders in 1922, their realization is going to be, fuck, Langley can't launch and recover these, so we're going to have to use a land-based airstrip to launch and recover them. It's not until you get to midway that you start getting the carrier deck space required for Sky Raider size aircraft. That's one of the reasons that the...
I'm sorry, Sierra. If an Essex can launch a Sky Raider, why can't a Lexington?
Deck parking.
Deck space.
Well, just clear the deck.
How does that... Yeah, no, you just have one squadron operating?
You have one
as a
squadron
test,
on deck that's ready to go.
Yeah, as a
and
test
you have
bed.
To then spend the time. Well, so this is the thing.
Like, it's just as a test bed for them, not
It's
going
all
to use it
well and good to have
operationally.
test beds, but the short-term changes of... Oh, fuck, I did not want to do that. Go away. The short-term changes that you'll see is America is starting to look at how larger aircraft operate on carriers. This means that in the future, the long-term implications are aircraft carriers are going to get bigger much sooner, you know, to accommodate these big aircraft. This is why I'm saying that, you know, looking at the midways in terms of size difference and the aircraft they were intended to operate, the big aircraft that the midways were intending to operate was the fucking Sky Pirate, which is gigantic. I know that some people are probably thinking, oh, but Hornet launched a bunch of Mitchells. One, the Mitchells were very heavily modified to be able to take off from such a tiny ass platform, but also they weren't intended to be recovered by the carrier. Their intentions behind it were, we'll probably get shot down over Japan, but also if we make it, we'll fly to China and land there and then get ourselves home.
I mean, a main thing being also, like, you're getting to the point where, like, yeah, the Avengers being, like, there's certain, like, level, because, like, the A1 Sky Raider is also really weird in the fact that, like, you're getting to the scale, even by, like, 1944, 1945, like, the Avengers are getting to the fact that, like, you know, oh yeah, you can just fucking launch these aircraft, like, that have the same payloads as B-17s off of carriers. And it took a little bit of fucking effort, and also Avengers are gigantic, but, like, Sky Pirates will love it because it's a fucking 4 torpedo bomber.
I do love the Sky Pirate. I want a Sky Pirate in real life. But it's not the testbed version. I want the one that has like the fucking goofy dorsal gun and the ventral belly blister. And also, I want to get a quartet of fucking Tiny Tims to strap onto the fucking mounts, because that was one of the ideas behind it as well. Was, well, the Tiny Tim is kind of the size of a torpedo. Let's just strap those on the Sky Pirate and see how it does.
Well, gentlemen, I found 3 ships so incredibly cursed that I don't even want to know. But I'm going to have to curse you with them as well. Tolsey has done it again!
Oh, the North Nelson ones. Oh, I hate these.
So do I.
But what about my question?
What question? You're in the chat, say it!
It!
You fucking moved on!
He went
questioning himself.
The reason why they're asking the
he
chat...
went Scouser for a minute there. What was the question again? Shipyard.
What was the question?
Please.
Give us the question. We need it.
I will write it.
No, just
You
give
can
it.
just say
No,
it!
just
What
say
are you doing?
Just say it. We're here. Like
You have the power of your vocal cords!
you have unlimited access to the Fleet of Oceans, whatever that might mean.
No, I clearly don't.
You?
Fine. Okay. Strap yourselves in, boys.
Oh boy.
So, that cruiser I posted.
Yes, the cruiser.
Say, for instance, it was built in 1960, and
Yeah.
in 1980, all four got CDARs and then sent down to, I don't know, the Falklands.
Which character? What are we looking at?
The
I'd
one.
have been okay with that.
What are we looking at?
This
The,
How do you think shit will go down?
Sea Dart would still have resolution problems at the lower end, and Exocet would still get through?
Wow, he doesn't mince words, does he?
Well, yeah, but again, it's Sea Dart though, so you're going to be using it realistically for air defense rather than missile defense, which probably
Do they?
frees
Are they?
up other things
Are they
to-
armored
to
at
do
all?
missile defense.
Shipyard?
Yes.
How much?
Very
I mean-
non-committal, which it looks like a light cruiser. This looks like a Minotaur that we converted.
Yeah, but
I'm
how
I'm not too
much?
sure armor really matters for the threats of the Falklands.
Well, it's well.
It's-
Well, if an exocet plows into the side of something that has armor, it might
No.
not.
No,
Exocet goes
No.
to 20 inches of armor.
yeah,
What the fuck are you smoking? That's the later models of exocet you get.
no.
Not, I mean, unless the HAS speed significantly changes in terms of chemical properties. I mean, okay, oh no, it only goes to even a measly 10 inches of armor. That's
It's still going to be enough to sink a lot of things. In fact, as far as I can recall, outside of the obvious 6-inch armed Belgrano, the main threat to the carrier force was the missiles. Not because missiles could penetrate things with armor, but because by that time we realized that missiles can penetrate things with armor and stopped putting large amounts of armor on ships to save weight for more things like supplies, like for example the carriers. Ark Royal was, I think, the most armored thing we had at the Falklands, and that was all in the deck because it was still a holdover from
Ark Royal wasn't at the Falklands.
what?
you're thinking
Ark
about
Royal wasn't at the
Invincible.
Falklands.
I was sure we had
It's Invincible.
You had Invincible and Hermes.
Hermes. Thank you. I thought Hermes got renamed from Ark Royal. That's why I'm kidding.
No, she actually got renamed from Elephant.
That was it.
How effective might this land to be an anti-aircraft motor anti-ship? Well, because it has no illuminators, it can fire the missiles. Easy L.
So I found something that I actually find interesting.
know it's from a game.
Modernized Deflinger. That's an interesting concept.
If it
Almost
did have
did a thing.
illuminators, it wouldn't be able to use all the missiles just because you have.
I mean, I think
Um,
that the fact that it's lost its casemates, I think, is a bit unrealistic. I
Yes,
don't
about it.
think the Germans would remove Deflinger's casemates.
What are those missiles? What the hell?
They honestly
What?
look like AIM-9s or some shit. They look so long.
No, I mean, because they
This
look
looks
like
like
they have
some-
they look like they have strakes, so it's definitely not an aim a. It's also way too long for A9s because those are what is it? The Tycho's arm launchers.
Oh fuck, they are.
Oh no, I know what they are.
But
They're that bloody the bloody shipwrecks.
those are not shipwrecks. They do not have
No,
they don't have the
shipwrecks are
fins for
much
it.
chunkier.
Hang on. Where are we on about Shipwreck?
That bloody stupid Atlanta from a mobile game that Grey Ghost posted.
It's both too thin and the strakes aren't right. So
The
no.
missiles aren't to size, and I don't have a ship to tell you. Okay.
But yeah, so just to move back to some form of sanity, what do we think about this? I know it's just a fantasy MacGuffin, but what do we think about this rebuild of Deflinger?
Looks like something World of Warships will come out with.
True, but
I feel like they already did.
Yeah.
but it's not.
Or
the worst.
Azure Lay might have make it.
Yeah,
so-
it's not the worst thing. I think the full removal of the casemates is a bit much. I do think she would have kept her casemates. I don't think she would have gained torpedoes. I get it, it's a Nazi battleship, so torpedoes, but I don't think they would have given... Like, if the Nazis still have Der Flinger, I don't think she's going to be given torpedoes. She's going to be a vessel very much for defense of Germany and the North Sea. She's not going to be going out into an environment
Probably
where she's
just be in the
going to
Baltics, gonna be honest.
Yeah, exactly. She's not going to need her torpedoes.
I mean,
Oh shit, that's a
actually,
good point.
actually, you probably want torpedoes in the Baltics, and you really want to think about it.
I mean, the
Not
second.
a lot of
I mean, because of course, because it's a German ship, it does have a mixed secondary battery. But four 150s on the broadside, that's pathetically light. That's a pathetically light secondary battery.
I'm gonna be honest. The main thing of being the threat of like the Russians, you can literally sneeze on them; they'll go away.
I mean, to be fair, Der Flinger's 8 12-inch guns will laugh at anything that. Hell, they'll probably even laugh at a Gangut.
Yes, mainly because the
yeah,
Genghis didn't sortie.
Yeah, exactly.
It's also a case that they're a much more modern gun. Even in their vintage, they're still a more modern gun.
I mean that is true, Hood, but the Gangut's 12-inch guns are something else entirely.
Oh yeah, she'll shrug them off and then she'll laugh as she penetrates them because again,
The Ganguts do not have. Yeah, the Ganguts do. Well, no, I don't think she's immune to
a
Ganguts.
secondary battery will probably scare the shit out of them because it'll pepper up the entirety of their superstructure.
Yeah. But the thing with the Ganguts, the thing with the Ganguts is that they have that stupidly powerful Russian 12-inch gun, which is one of the most powerful 12-inch guns ever built. Yeah, the Russian 12-inch gun was this stupid 51 caliber thing that had a muzzle velocity that was Jesus Christ. The fuck are you doing, Russia? It's one of the best 12-inch guns ever built. However, I still think that in a fight, that Der Flinger is probably going to win.
The only super high velocity cannon I'm gonna really acknowledge is that one, but that one's a really special one.
God damn it!
Fucking Mac gun enjoyer.
I love magnums; they're fun.
Well, no, Grey Ghost. The Russian 12-inch are not super high velocity. They're just very, very good 12-inch guns. That's
So
all.
velocity. Velocity 12-inch guns.
Ah!
I
No.
prefer this hypervelocity weapon.
Wait, Admiral Moffat designed a battle cruiser?
Allegedly.
I mean, it's a weird one, make no mistake. I mean, it'd be fine apart from, well, apart from, you know, that goofy ass turret.
I did not need to hear you say goofy in a terrible way.
Screw you all.
Immolate yourself.
Never. I am the king.
Bro, you're not even an animal anymore!
Doesn't matter. I still have dominance over this,
Oof.
Let me just kick you.
Going back to the Der Flinger thing though, I agree that Der Flinger would probably laugh at and then kill the Ganguts one after the other.
Yeah.
In the same fight. In part because looking at that, she obviously has much better fire control systems. Maybe she'll have updated like actual guns, so there'll be newer builds. They'll probably just retool some of their railway guns.
I mean, Hood, it's possible.
About how
I mean, Hood, it's possible. It's possible they may actually just swap the 12s for 11s. Like, just like no, just a 1-for-1, like 8 of the modern 11-inch instead of the old 12-inch.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm just maybe they might, depending. Well, this is 1940, 1942, so yeah, they'll probably do that over 15s because they're still building turbines, right?
Well, she can't. Well, the finger can't fit 15s. Period.
No, I know.
The Shipyard asks, even though we could have
She could
asked
probably
it
have like
himself.
4 singles if she
Yeah,
wanted,
4
but,
singles.
You know.
Yeah, haha, I am the world's largest monitor. Fear me.
Say monitor.
No,
I do love monitors.
Shipyard. No, don't. I know what you're thinking. No.
I'm glad that Shipyard is a fellow monitor enjoyer.
Can we have a courageous monitor?
Yes, please.
All of the Centaur class aircraft carriers get built. How does this change history? How does it improve the outcome? Well, it's hard to improve on the outcome of the Cold War. We won, but
Which one were the Centaurs?
they were
Make it
basically
work.
the
Light carriers?
Yeah, the British light
See,
The
carriers.
Colossuses, but they were different.
All of you are talking about like HMS Hood refits in the post-war. I'm just wondering about like the Lord Clives. Get monitors. I want that thing with Talos.
Yes! The missile monitor!
Sierra, did I tell you about that time that a former member of this Discord, because I think he left a while back, and I did a fucking Rule the Waves game, and we decided let's build monitors. We built a monitor that had like a 14-inch like scratch-built gun that had the rate of fire of a fucking modern 5-inch, but also had guided missiles in the bow. I also recall we did a very, very brief let's fuck around and find out Rule the Waves game where... Sorry, no, the first one was From the Depths, not Rule the Waves. The second one was Rule the Waves, where we kept a bunch of our old pre-Dreadnought battleships and refitted them on a turret for launcher basis, where they acted as coastal defense ships, but they didn't have guns. They had fucking twin-arm launchers for missiles.
Jesus.
It was very funny.
Hey, don't say his name in vain.
Really?
Let's not.
Really?
Let's not.
Yeah, I was gonna say Sierra. Really? In my presence, you should know better than to throw down that gauntlet around me.
Replacing the 12 and 18 inches with intermediate range ballistic missiles. No!
No!
They're so big.
What?
What? Do you
I love
remember
ballistic
the Wolfenstein 2009 intro where Blazkowicz is on Turpits and
She
she's
has
in the North
V2s.
Sea,
She has
and
V.
she has
No,
V2s
no.
hitting
It's
her
worse than that
fucking
hood.
funnels.
It's worse than that hood. She's in the channel at night. It's worse than that.
Oh fuck yeah! Because she
sailing.
also gained a pair of funnels because she had 4 missiles for some reason. That
Yeah.
remind me though, I relatively recently, earlier this year, replayed the original Call of Duty. I did not realise quite how good the 3D world-based model they had for Turpits was.
Oh yeah, that was
My only real
accurate.
complaint, my only real complaint was that it was the rangefinders that were turning and not the fucking radar. It was funny. It was very funny. It was funny.
No, who'd you see? It was accurate. Some very, very, very drunk German gunnery officer was spinning around having an absolute whale of a time.
Well, I've looked through stereoscopic rangefinders. They do make you feel drunk. So that does fit.
Could you fit a 1111 in the 12-inch barbettes for the Flinger? No. What would have changed if the Barracuda bomber had actually been able to do what they claimed to be able to do? Do you mean the Barracuda torpedo bomber for the RN in World War II?
The thing that did basically everything we wanted it to. It was just really late because our production line was not doing that. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as I'm aware, the Barracuda did everything we needed it to do. It was just a really late addition to the arsenal. Like, it was able to carry a pretty big torpedo. It could carry 2 of them. It had radar. It was just a very late addition.
That it was.
So, Polaris is a sub-launch missile in the fact that you can launch it from a submarine. You still have to mount it and launch it, so it's not like a SLBM. I'm trying to find a picture of it, but...
Didn't the Italians fit it to one of their cruisers?
Yes, they did.
Yes.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah. One of the things that I find very interesting...
So, the reason why you wanted to do it on the I forgot the actual name of the Italian cruiser, but it's an SM-1ER launching ship or carrier ship actually, so I should know it. But yeah, it's the Garibaldi. The reason why is because the Adriatic is actually a really good location for launching early ballistic missiles into the Soviet Union. The angle of it is actually pretty good to hitting like Kiev or like the Black Sea as well. So. That's the particular reason why the US was interested in it, and then they realized, wait a minute, we can just send submarines down there. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
There it is, Garibaldi.
Beloved Terriers. But yeah, no, that's one of the big reasons why. It also gives Italy a potential nuclear inventory. That if it requires to do so for deterrence reasons, it could do so because the main threat being Yugoslavia, because that's why SAFAG exists, but...
Yeah. I hate that. I hate everything about that. I am also ordering you on pain of death. Franz, I'm ordering you on pain of death. Never ever show that to Southerner, because he will want to go and build it in his garden shed. That man's that man is obsessed with tankettes.
What is that missile though? I'm trying to think, because like that is that Milan?
It looks like a Milan launcher.
Oh, bloody hell!
No, where's the sights for it? No,
There on the left. It's integrated.
Oh, that was very awkward. See, I imagine
no, you can see it on the right there. You can see the lens.
Grey Ghost.
Okay.
Okay, 1 second. I have to do my... Grey Ghost.
It's definitely not a toe.
Grey Ghost, you do not need to ping me for every message you send. I am reading chat.
See, the problem... Yeah, the Polaris and one of the concepts, yes, I'm very aware. I just find it kind of issue just because, like... How do they have to value? It's like, it's worse than Weasel Toe in terms of awkwardness position. I'm guessing it's more of like a self-propelled, like, tow launcher? Or like a tow launcher, Milan launcher, but Milan's not that heavy.
The one that went to the scrapyard right after they were completed. Barracudas that went to the scrapyard right after they were completed?
What are you talking about?
You don't mean the back TSR-2, do you?
That's not the most cursed thing. I mean, look, I'm just saying that that's also not real. So I don't, I'm just saying.
Sort of Navy single-engined bomber.
I'm just saying, if you want cursed designs of light vehicles, you go to the Bren carrier.
Hey, just a minute! Don't you be talking shit about the Bren carrier.
I'm not talking shit.
I like more the one that has like the DP gun on the top and then a fucking PTRS in the Bren mount and just like 6 guys in it as well, or the one that there was an attempt, I think, to have the fucking the Matilda that had the fucking land torpedoes on it.
I have cursed.
So they decided, let's put one of those in the back of a fucking Bren carrier and see how it does.
I like the Bren gun, or the Bren carrier with 4 6-pounder guns.
Oh, the one that was like, let's use these like recoilless rifles.
No, they were just single shot, like 6-pounder guns. Yeah. And they would just it would eject after. Okay, I don't have an actual picture of it because no one actually took a picture of it, but it's basically an anti-tank Bren carrier in which it would have 4 barrels of 6-pounders with each with an AP shell loaded in each. After one barrel is fired, the barrel would recoil and fly out in a different direction, or in the opposite direction. There's no recoil system for managing of it. Point being is that afterwards they would pick up the barrels after they fired it, so they could reuse the barrel for another shot of 6-pounder.
Excellent.
And then no one figured out that you could just tow a 6-pounder behind the Bren carrier. But don't tell them that.
I can't wait for Liberation to come out for Gates of Hell.
I haven't bought it yet, and that's basically the only way I'm gonna buy it, because I am too invested in current games right now to give a shit. But if they add Canadians, I will buy that shit in an instant.
I hope that it has the entirety of the Western Allies, because so far it's got Germany, Finland, and the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union's quite fun to play as if you want to do I'm just going to fuck around and get super heavy tanks because IS-2 1945, let's go.
Well, IS-3 you mean?
Or, no. You don't get the IS-3, you only get IS-2s, and you get the IS-2 1944 that has it doesn't have a gun on the top, it has like a searchlight or something, and then the IS-2 1945
It has the fuck?
Has a fucking Dushka 50 cal on the top as well. It's great. Anyway, my current game with the Soviets is I am playing Conscript Simulator. I'm only allowed to buy the command units, conscripts, partisans, and border guards, and everything else I have to capture.
What are you talking about?
It's Gates of Hell.
Gates of Hell. It's the Men of War.
Oh yeah!
I
want to.
Gates of Hell. Yeah, I love that game.
I want to do the I am a recon battalion playthrough if they add the Western Allies, which is basically just only buy Daimlers. You can only buy Daimlers.
You can.
I've always been interested in the idea that the Soviets could have built battleships that weren't the Soyuz class.
Soy boys.
Yeah, like why? just you've got 12-inch gun turrets. Just build a ship with 9 12-inch in 3
Yes,
triples.
But Stalin.
Yeah, fair, I guess. Yeah, it's fair.
Like, we give Hitler a lot of shit, deservedly so, for his occasional, yo, let's go here. But Stalin was like that to an extreme. Oh,
yeah.
These people have super battleships that mount multiple 16-inch guns. Well, we're going to have them. How many of them? We're going to have 8 of them. Where are we building them? Wherever we need. Right. Why haven't you built them yet? We're still designing them, but why haven't you finished designing them? Why are you not building them?
You better finish.
Calais, to Fox's
Oh,
question.
you haven't finished? Off to the Gulag and or the front line. Next person.
So, Calais would be the most likely option, but because of both the politicking of the partitioning of Europe and the sort of the concert of Europe in terms of a large-scale diplomatic measure, Britain really didn't have much of a foothold on the ability to put hey, I want to what essentially is a British colony within France. It would have been really awkward, and the populace would have fucking killed any it is not particularly a very popular idea to have the British be in France again, so it's not the fact that it's politically a bad strategic position, but the politics of the day would have killed the British in maintaining that foothold there.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's incredibly dumb.
The closest you could get was maybe letting Brittany throw up much of a stink that they got independence and then became a British protectorate, but again, that would be maybe, possibly, the best outcome of that. You would not get the restoration of British Normandy or anything like that.
No, that doesn't work.
See, the other big problem...
independent allied state, and that's about it.
The big problem being also just make Belgium.
Which they did.
Yeah.
Make Belgium slightly bigger. Make Frisia. Frisia's back.
Yeah.
Who's excited?
Woo! I'm excited!
Literally nobody, because nobody liked Frisia. That's why it fell apart.
Just keep the Netherlands intact.
Why have Calais when you could just have Belgium, that being a British bitch, as the diplomatic words would say.
I mean, yeah. Belgium and the Netherlands only exist so the British and the German could fight over things.
Yep.
Well,
or have somewhere to fight that's not their own countries.
Yeah, basically.
The battleground of Europe.
Oh god, the Des Moines modernization that doesn't make sense. I mean, I like it because one half is gun cruiser and the other half is missiles, and that's kind of what I like about gun cruiser missile conversion things.
What I don't understand is the random sea whiz.
The fuck is that thing?
Yeah.
How does it turn?
Also, I love how the harpoon's gonna backblast into the superstructure in the center.
Oh, I didn't even notice those.
How did that work?
Yeah,
why are they not angled?
Why does it also still have the fucking Mark 37s?
Oh god.
You have better radars. If you're strapping chasms things.
Yeah, so the
But I wanted missile cruiser.
Yeah, so Fleet, that never got full production. That was literally the only model built, and it was let's make a Caterpillar track bike. The way you turned was you lean over when you're going at speed, because that's the only way you can turn it.
What's the point of even having the handlebars then?
So you have something to hold on to when you're turning it.
It just
seems... And you'll
seems...
push it when it runs out of fuel, because it had no gas tank. It was very fuel hungry.
It just...
Because it had a gigantic engine.
Well, what daft came up with the idea with even building it in the first place?
An Italian, from what I recall.
That tells me everything I need to know.
Oh, God.
Fucking Italians.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm glad they existed for the sake of missile tech development, but I do hate the Albanese for aesthetically.
Well, yeah, everyone.
I don't think anyone. I fucking hate them.
I mean, everyone hates the Albanese, and of course, everyone.
Also,
anyone with half a sense hates the Long Beach for its square bullshit.
My favorite thing about the Albanese, though, was that the President Kennedy was like, it's a cruiser. Where are its guns? And so they put 2 single 3-inch guns on it just to appease Kennedy.
No, 2 single 5s.
No, they were 3-inch.
Were they?
I'm pretty sure they were the 3-inch 50s that had
It was,
gun mounts.
they were 5-inch 38s.
Oh, they were the 5 inches? I thought they were the 3 inches. Even then, though, it's still
things.
so funny. They're only on there to appease Kennedy because he didn't see guns, and his idea of cruiser is it has to have guns.
Long Beach did not have the same 5-inch gun as the... Actually, did? I don't remember. I know, because I was either an open mount, which was stupid. You know, it's also the Long Beach, so it's the U.S. trying to figure out what the hell to do after Operation Bumblebee.
According to Wikipedia, she had 2 5-inch 38s single mounts. I am trying to find where the fuck they were.
It's center.
Yeah, I'm looking on the unit. Oh! Yeah, she has 2 of the proper 5-inch 38 single shielded mounts.
I don't remember because there's also 3 different variants of Long Beach, so I'm very used to the what is it?
Oh, that
the
thing!
one where they had it removed.
I remember that from a ship bucket competition.
Shit, fuck it.
Bucket.
Yes.
Okay. Why did they fit the Long Beach? You don't need 5-inch guns on the Long Beach. You have Talos with nuclear. You have nuclear warheads on Talos and a Terry with nuclear warheads. I don't think you need gunpowder.
Well, it wouldn't be gunpowder by that point, would it? said someone at the back of the room.
This image of Long Beach I'm trying to link is crashing my browser, so I'm going to have to
Nuclear
save
5-inch shell. I mean, I don't nuclear 5, but so you can't get really a big warhead with the nuclear. You can get the sort of what is it, the fucking Delta Force Kamikaze boys. I'm trying to remember their actual name.
Alright, there you go, there's the image. If you look in the center, you can just about see the shielded mounts. Or if you open the image in a browser, you can zoom in on the center and see them.
There's a better image. A green light, there you go. You can probably get that kind of warhead within it, but on the other hand, you literally have Terrier and Talos for this. And better yet, they have longer range. You don't have to fucking guess 3 ballistics, you just have to point the illuminator at it. And you can launch 2 of them.
Also, you don't have to worry that much about range issues, so you can fire it and not have to run away.
Also, did you see the average Sturgeon versus average Batanian image?
No, I did not. I'm looking for another one.
What the fuck is that?
What?
Barefoot versus Orange Blossom? What in the fuck?
Whereabouts is it? Do I just have to scroll up until I see... Oh, never mind, I found it.
I'm losing what little is left of my goddamn marbles!
What? Man, you should stop stepping on marbles then.
Let's talk ships!
They're falling out of my ears!
If you have marbles in your ears, I think you need to see a doctor. If you talk to your licensed medical professional,
I am going to murder you.
you can't murder me, I'm armed.
Yeah, you've got 2 of them, I know. Down your sides.
I have 3.
God damn, I've been hit! I know, Scratch, it's okay.
Alright, so let's have some questions then, please. Please, give me some naval-related questions. Okay. Alright, I'll very quickly deal with this, Grey Ghost. Congo with 4 dual 12-inch guns of the Gangert. Okay, you've given a Congo 8 admittedly good 12-inch guns. She now has 8 12-inch guns rather than 8 14s. Well done.
Why are you giving the Polish a Lion?
But okay, you've given the Polish a Lion. Where are they ever going to get the crews to run it?
Yeah.
How many Milan AHGMs to sink SS Great Eastern? You can't. You.
I mean, I wouldn't say you can. It'd just be
One for every compartment. Easy.
Yeah.
Done. Go.
Milan works
it's not a case of you can't, it's a case of you probably are just going to get bored whilst doing it.
Or if trying to hit something spicy, I suppose, a fuel line or whatever.
Well, no. What fuel line? She's
a coal-fired ship.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, you can light the coal on fire.
Not really.
Not in the way that you'll get a catastrophic detonation in terms of ammunition, because it's a fucking liner. It's not a warship.
Oh, here, Ishlu.
Oh no, not that bloody thing! I swear to all for this holy, I'm sick of that fucking drama. Someone asked to comment if Drac would intervene in this, and I'm like, and I literally put a comment saying no, absolutely not.
What for? Why?
I don't know. Like, it's dumb. Like, the whole drama's just dumb. Like, I mean, Cone of Arc started it all. If he hadn't stuck his nose in, it wouldn't have happened.
See, it's all. I think it's like laser pig drama, but on the other hand, it's laser pig. Drac has nothing to do with fucking modern anything.
Like basically, Red Effect made a video about the C-14. Laserpig made a video about why some of the things he said in the video were wrong, but it was fairly respectful and didn't comment.
I'm going to stop you right there because I do not care, and this doesn't apply to Drac at all. Why would he?
I know.
For what reason?
So,
I know exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Here's a naval question. The thoughts on the Sverdlov class cruisers. I can answer this question. So the problem with the Sverdlov class cruisers is not the fact that they're not inherently like bad ships. It's just the fact that the average threat in that the USN is going to be presenting in the 1950s is not, you know, a Baltimore class or like a Cleveland class. It's a Talos cruiser.
Or if you get lucky, it's a Des Moines or an Iowa.
Yeah. So
and even in that case, you're still dead.
So it's really like a decent threat against like a very small nation like Turkey in terms of a naval force, because Turkey doesn't have fucking anything in terms of substantial, you know, bullying capability. But in the context of like a Operation Unthinkable, where you're having a potential, you know, shootout with naval forces in between, you know, now NATO and Soviet Union, and this is a Soviet Union that's still reeling from the effects of World War II, you're not getting anything good navally. You are literally at the height. You're literally fighting the USN and basically, and to an extent, NATO at the height of its naval power. Like there is very little, like even like historically, there is no greater like naval supremacy point as the 1950s are for the USN. Because the Soviet Union doesn't present a big threat, the Royal Navy is a former shadow of itself, the IGN don't exist anymore, and the Italians are gone. The air guns of Serlo kind of makes like US jets. I'm not particularly worried about US jets when you are mainly worried about a horde of US jets or any US planes.
It's also a case of those jets and planes are going to be able to launch their standoff anti-ship missiles, goofy as they were, from outside of those guns' range. Anyway.
Or like,
I mean, like there is a reason. Like there is a reason why the Sverdlovs were relegated after 1955 to flagship roles, and then after that to shore bombardment work.
I mean, hey, you could also potentially have the Ed Spicy thing of like random reactivation of that. Start using those against the Sverdlovs.
I mean, they are something of a threat to the RN if the US isn't around, because for some reason someone decided that getting rid of something that completely overmatches the Sverdlovs for two ships.
I mean, you just have carriers though. You have two Ark Royals. Or not the Ark Royals, the Audacious class.
That's true.
That's part of the reason why I like the Buck so much.
Buccaneer! Buccaneer! Buccaneer!
We'll launch a bunch of them and they'll drop nuclear bombs on the fucking Sverdlovs and barrel away laughing and giggling as they go.
Just fucking... It do be a Yahoo moment. Oh... Bloody hell.
Because, funnily enough, that's what replaced Vanguard in terms of let's kill Sverdlovs. It was the fucking Buccaneer. Also, the goofy idea of what if we strapped a bunch of anti-ship missiles to a Victor, which never panned out because the Victor was a better fuel tanker.
Yes. It was a very good fuel tanker. I went to see the Victor at Duxford a few weeks ago. Good times.
Theoretically, you could use bullpups against ships, but the problem being is that the the warhead isn't particularly great. You could get like the SAP ones or the W45, but it's a 250-pound warhead, and you might as well be using the intruders to draw clusters on you with rock eyes. So, you know.
Okay, alright, so quick rapid-fire questions. Monitor versus Merrimack. If Monitor is armed... Okay, first of all, it's not Merrimack, it's Virginia. Although to be fair, calling it Merrimack discredits the Confederacy, or sorry, the Rebellion, so yeah, I'll call it the Merrimack instead. If it's armed with 2 French 75s, that's a very, very easy win. Monitor just has to stay at range and blast away with French 75 ammo. Especially if she's got AP rounds from the late 30s. She'll chew right through Virginia's armor. Virginia will be a sinking wreck in about half an hour. What if the Gunga gets built at an English shipyard, so it's actually built without the countless construction flaws? Okay, I'm going to have to stop you right there. This misconception that Russian imperial naval yards were building deeply flawed ships is just wrong. They're slower than British yards, but they're not building flawed ships. They're just slower. You don't spend most of the 19th and 20th century building large ironclads and capital ships in-house and have flawed construction. No Russian...
The main problem with the Russian Navy was the position, which is very untenable because...
Yeah, like the Soviet construction yards 30 years later, you've got the problems. But Imperial Russian yards were slow. They did not build ships with flaws.
I mean,
you may have had flaws with metallurgy because Russia... But again, that's a different type of flaw. You may also have flawed designs, but again, that's mostly because they build things slower, so when they get to the fleet, the design is, 5 or 10 years out of date.
If they're built in British yards, they'd actually have decks instead of floors.
Ah, funny!
Very good. Very good.
Very good. I mean, if she's built in British yards... I'm just about to make a joke here. If she's been built in British yards, you better believe that a Vickers 14-inch gun salesman is going to walk up to the Russian embassy and go, "So I see you're building this capital ship with triple 12s. Do you want twin 14s instead?"
That said, though, if she's being built in a British yard, she's going to be built a bit quicker. She's going to maybe get to the fleet in time for second-generation dreadnoughts, I want to say.
I mean...
When was she built? Is it in time for the second generation?
Luckily, I have my Conways right here, so I can tell you. I keep it around for exactly this reason. I don't need no fucking Wikipedia. I got my book. I got a book.
Maybe it's just this being a naval history Discord, but I feel like people forget that Tsushima Strait was basically in terms of actually the Russians maintaining a naval. It might help, but the problem with the Russian position in the Far East was not that fact that they didn't have, ships worth a damn. It's the fact that their armies kept getting their asses beaten by the Japanese.
Like, the only way the Russians can win is at sea. They have to cut the flow of supplies off to Japanese armies on land.
I mean, you're also not, by Tsushima, that does not happen anymore.
I know, Sierra. Like, if they're going to win the Russo-Japanese War, it has to be with the original 1st Pacific Squadron.
Yes. Mukden happens by Tsushima. That does not that does not mean anything. You are fucking losing.
Okay, so the Gangas... Okay, so every single Ganga is laid down on exactly the same day.
1909.
16th of June, 1909. And
alright, so Ganga is launched in October 1911, which is about the time that the first first generation super dreadnoughts are starting to either hit the fleet or be laid down in other countries.
It's worth pointing out that
all in Britain, she'll probably be finished by
1913. Because Merrimack who had launched is launched for fitting out. The Ganget's completed in December of 1914.
That was the latter two, funny enough.
No, the first two as well.
No, so the first two were launched on roughly the same time.
Oh no! All 4 were launched in 1911.
In 11, but the latter two were completed and commissioned in 1914.
No, all 4 were completed. All 4 were completed in 1914.
On Wikipedia.
Well, I've got a book, and the book says December 14.
The book says December 14 because Poltava was completed and commissioned in December 14.
Yep.
Actually, she was completed on the 30th of December 1914.
Wait.
Sevastopol was completed
Did you say the 30th?
30th December 1914.
Why does my book say the... So, for Ganga and Petropavlovsk, I only have the month. But for Poltava and
Weird.
Sevastopol, I have the 17th of December.
According to Wikipedia, Ganga was commissioned in January 1915.
What?
Petropavlovsk was commissioned January 1914, 6 days before Gangut. And then
Apparently, according to this, Sevastopol was commissioned on the 17th of November.
Sevastopol says 30th November 1914.
What the hell?
Funnily enough, the latter two Ganguts were apparently launched from their slipways in July 1911, whereas Gangut and Petropavlovsk were launched October and
Yeah, they were. Yeah,
September
that matches up with my
1911.
sources. I mean, it's worth pointing out that the... It's worth pointing out that the Ganguts were relatively fast capital ships for the time,
Yes.
23 knots, and also that the ships they're going to be fighting are the German Navy in the Baltic. So until the Bayerns come along, you're not looking at a gun bigger than 12 inch. So 9 inches of belt armor will just about
What's also weird
protect
is
you
that,
from that.
What's also weird is that Ganga and Poltava, the two ships which were commissioned the latest and earliest respectively, were built both at the Admiralty Shipyard in St. Petersburg, whereas Petropavlovsk and Sevastopol
We're built at the Baltic Yard in St.
were
Petersburg.
built at the Baltic Yard in St. Petersburg, which, you know...
I mean,
bit of a flop there, but like-
I mean, that's a tale as old as time. That is, you know, different yards
Oh,
having
yeah,
different
different-
speeds.
But it's also the fact that the two ships that were built the slowest and the fastest, the slowest being the name ship of the class, were both built in the same yards.
Yeah,
It's
very,
funny to
it's
me
very,
because-
very. Yeah, I get that.
But yes,
All-
you see the Ganguts start commissioning historically at the time of the first generation of super dreadnoughts. If they were built in British yards, they may have been built in time for the latest, like the second generation of dreadnoughts. Maybe.
Which would mean they're
Possibly.
contemporary,
Which would make them roughly contemporary.
and it would
But
probably,
again,
and it would also free up Russian slips to build something else.
yes.
Because the thing is, the Tsar was funneling a lot of money into the Russian Navy at the time. And it's worth pointing out that the reason that the Russians were only building 4 battleships at a time, or 4 capital ships at a time, in any particular theatre, that's 4 in the Black Sea and 4 in the Baltic, is that that's the number of large slips they had per area.
Yes.
So if the Ganguts are built in Britain, you might see you might see the Ismails being laid down to perhaps a modified design with 12-inch guns in Russian yards, meaning that the Russian fleet enters 1914 with 4 battleships and 4 battle cruisers, which would be interesting.
It would actually be interesting if they did 2 of each class each. They split the design, so they had 2 battleships and 2 battle cruisers being built in Britain. Maybe they would do a case of the Congos where one or half the class would be fully assembled and built in Britain, with the majority of the workers going over to Russia and either helping them with the design, or workers from Russia helping with them in Britain and then going back and helping build the rest of them with a greater degree of skill and experience. That would be interesting.
I mean, it's
That
worth
still
pointing.
frees up a fair number of slipways for them to build other things, but
it is worth pointing out that one thing that Drax says that we have to take into account, or just generally have to bear in mind, is that Russia is the only navy apart from Japan that has experience fighting a what could be termed modern naval conflict at a peer-to-peer scale.
Yes.
And you see that in their designs. Gone are the large superstructures. Like even on their last pre-dreadnoughts, you see a complete lack of casemates and a move towards a fully homogeneous superstructure with everything in turrets and no ability to catch fire, no things that, like, basically And one thing else that you'll notice about Russian ships is that, yeah, the armor's slightly weaker, but everything vital is under armor. The fire control directors are under armor. The command areas are under armor. The secondaries are under armor.
Traumatized surviving Russian fleet architects.
I mean, for good reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
And to be fair, for
much
Baltic,
in the way that the Pacific War and the kamikaze strikes traumatized the USN into designing missiles
Except the
and
missiles
and more missile countermeasure systems, because that's essentially what they were facing at the end of the war, was guided missiles with human brains instead of computers.
If only they fixed the institutional problems with their army, which was the far more greater problem.
Yes.
Okay, RBG, what you're asking is, what if the Washington Naval Treaty basically said everything currently building is allowed to be completed as ordered, and that will be the fleets that you walk into the 20s with?
What's the question?
RBG says, all ships ordered from 1917 to 1922 are finished and the naval treaties still happen with the exact same stipulations, and all the extra ships are exempt from the treaties so they can exist. How do you think the interwar period would play out, and would we see as many conversions as real life? Alright, Kiddlywinks, let's
break this down.
Alright, so let me just quickly go through... Hood, do you have a bit of pen and paper or something? You can just make a note of the capital ships quickly while I just go through them.
Oh god, 1 second.
Or just a text document or something.
I've just opened OneNote.
Okay, so 1917 onwards. So that is... So assuming that you want all ships completing, and that includes ships that were cancelled before Washington, that's all 4 Admiral class as redesigned in the form of Hood. So that's Hood, Rodney, Howe, and Anson. 4 G3s, whatever their names might be, and 4 N3s for the British. So that's a total of 12 new capital ships. For the United States of America, that is all 4 Colorados, all 6 South Dakota 1921s, and all 6 Lexington-class battle cruisers.
You went through those too quickly. I need more time.
Sorry. All 4 Colorados, that's Colorado, Maryland, Washington, and West Virginia. All 6 South Dakotas, that's South Dakota, Indiana, Montana.
I don't need their names, I just need the classes.
Okay.
You went through those way too
And
quickly.
and all 6 Lexingtons for the US.
Alright, next I assume is Japan.
Yes. Well, no, actually, because he's just hand waving it. That means I get to do this as well. France, 4 Leon-class battleships, since they would have been laid down in 1917.
Mm-hmm.
That's it for French additional construction, because they cancelled the Normandies, and they were laid down prior to 17, so that they don't count. Japan, 2 Kaga-class battleships, 4 Key-class battleships, 4 Amagi-class four Amagi-class battle cruisers, and 4 number 13 class battle cruisers.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, for the Italians, 4 Caracciuelo class battleships. Oh no, wait, sorry, no. Sorry, they don't count because they were laid down in 1914, 1915. So the Italians are losing out in this one, sadly. Poor Italians. Right. So that's all the ships that were not built that are now in service with the major navies of the world.
That gives the UK 12 modern capital ships. The US gets 16 modern capital ships. France gets 4 additional. The IJN gets 14. Bearing in mind these are all additional to things we had at the start of the naval arms race in 06.
Although what this basically means is that every single ship with a gun smaller than 14-inch is going to the breakers. Every single.
Yes.
Other ship.
Yeah, we listed the entirety of the Admiral class, which is Hood. But this also does include for the UK. We'll probably see both Renowns retained because 15-inch.
Oh yeah,
We'll see all of the Queen Elizabeths retained. We'll probably see all of the R class retained.
At least for now.
Yeah.
Although they will be the first things to go when the treaties when First London in 1930 happens.
Maybe. Because Britain might be able to blag its way into keeping some of its older battle cruisers like Tiger as a training ship. We'll keep Iron Duke as a training ship.
Well, no, they can blag into keeping
historically important.
They could probably keep Iron Duke as a training ship, but every other 13.5-inch ship is going to bow out of the fleet by 1930, pretty much. First London is going to doom.
No,
all
I
the
imagine the Admiralty
ships
could probably blag their way into keeping Iron Duke as a battleship training ship and training ship.
Well, no, you don't need a battlecruiser training ship. You just need a training ship.
No, but they'll probably try to blag their way into doing it because they can.
They'll try to, but everyone else will look at them and go, no, you don't. Because let's put it this way: at First London, the ships I see going are. The US will ditch basically in order to pare fleets down even more to try and keep on the whole thing of disarmament, the 14-inch and 15-inch ships of basically, the older 15-inch ships of all sides will go. So the R-class will go, the 14-inch standards will go, Fuso, Issei, the Fusos and the Isseis and the Congos will go for the Japanese. The 13.5-inch ships will go for the British in their entirety, pretty much, apart from one kept as a training ship. And that will leave the British with 15-inch ships, 4 16-inch ships, and 4 18-inch ships. The Japanese will be left with all but 4 of their ships being 16-inch vessels, with the number 13s being 18-inch vessels, and the US will be left with a full 16-inch ship fleet. Second London will probably just collapse, as it did historically.
Second London might actually be geared towards something other than capital ships. Because if there's no battleship holiday in the way that we see it historically...
Well, no, there'll still be a battleship holiday, Hood. It'll just be that everyone has the latest and greatest 1920s designs as the end mark of the building period.
That's what I mean. If there's no new battleship holiday, in the sense that it's different from historical, we'll probably see the London Naval Treaty focus on something else, like carrier development or submarines or...
Because there will have been a lot of... Because without the conversions, there will be a lot of interesting carrier designs built from... I mean, the British have actually really come out ahead here in carriers, thanks to no conversions. Like, they've got Furious, Courageous, and Glorious, which puts them well ahead of everyone else in terms of carriers for testing purposes. As each of those 3 ships is at least double the tonnage of things like Langley and Hosho. The French are probably still going to get Béarn, although they may actually choose to convert 2 Normandies rather than 1, just to try and have some... actually, no, they won't. The French are strapped for cash as it is. And basically, the French are going to send literally everything that isn't the Britannias to the breakers, because they just have to fund the Leons. And this is even prior to First London. I mean, the Italians are sat there quietly sobbing in a corner because they have no counter to the Leons. And in fact, the Italians, I'm sure all of you are aware, and all of my co-hosts are, of the Italian option for early rebuilds, which they will, sorry, for early new builds, which they will have in this treaty, but the French probably won't because they've got the Leons. And I guarantee you that as soon as Mussolini comes to power, he will find some way to squirrel budgets into some form of replacement capital ship for the Italian dreadnought fleet. Carrier aviation probably takes a bit of a well, no, it doesn't take a backseat because everyone's still aware of it, but it's without the large-scale conversions, you don't get that big kick up the pants for the powers that aren't Britain. Because Britain has Courageous, Glorious, and Furious. But the Japanese and the Americans don't have anything equivalent. You might, and I stress this strongly, might, on the Japanese side, see them taking the Congos in hand after Second London for conversion. Or maybe even prior to First London for conversion in the mid-20s. But that is a strong might. I think that's pretty much it. Unless unless any of my co-hosts have anything they want to add. Shipyard, Sierra?
Nah, I'm good.
Shipyard? Yeah, okay, nope.
This is the wrong time period for me to be interested in. Actually, no, it's the wrong. Well, I like late 19th, early 20th century warfare. However, it's land combat that I'm interested in, not naval combat, because it's kind of, you know what I mean. I think it fundamentally is. It's very boring. It's because the war fighting capabilities of land forces have a very random spike in terms of, oh shit, we actually need to fucking pay attention to how we fight land wars, and it has a wake-up call in Second War and Russo-Japanese War. But
Hood, do you have anything else you want to add about cruisers and such before we move on? Because you mentioned something about First London.
Yeah, I imagine that First London, when it comes down to it, will not focus entirely on the battleships. It'll focus on maybe cruisers, it'll focus on carrier development, and maybe submarines. We may see a retention of the cruiser submarine, which would be funny, and maybe iterations on that. We probably won't see things like the fucking M class for the RN. The submersible monitors with the 12-inch gun.
Yeah.
We might see a more numerous version of Surcouf and iterations on that, where she has, a relatively powerful gun and a seaplane. Even if it's just a case of we use these for raids, if that, because turns out firing a 12-inch gun, an 8-inch gun when level of the waterline doesn't really get you much distance. So yeah, heavy cruiser development and light cruiser development might be quite interesting. I did see a question earlier on, I think from RGB as well.
No, it wasn't from RBG. It was from Bull Reeves, but it was basically, which I think ties into this. It would tie into the same timeline because it would make sense with large capital ships. What would treaty cruisers look like if Washington and London limited them to 15,000 tons with 10-inch guns?
Yeah, that's the one.
Now,
we might see earlier development of things like interwar large cruisers, like you're
gonna
Proto Alaskas and Drake-style ships from WoWs.
I don't think that many powers are going to use 10-inch guns because the 10-inch gun is this weird, horrible middle zone where you have the rate of fire of a battleship gun, but not the penetration. That makes it worth it. A 9-inch or a 9.2 inch is about the biggest you realistically want to go.
Yeah, that's why the last generation of armoured cruisers for the Royal Navy used 9.2.
Like, the US had the Tennessees with their 10-inch, but even the USN said, these are okay, but we kind of...
Yeah, it's very much a case of outside of specialist ships, because I imagine that at this time point, the difference between a battleship and battle cruiser, particularly by London in this timeline, will probably start to blur. So you won't see the first sort of purpose-built fast battleships of that time until London, with the next generation of ships after the holiday, that is. Yeah, we saw the first real version of it looking back in the Queen Elizabeth, but again, that was as much to say this is the next step than it was to say we need something faster. But again, outside of specialist ships that are going to be, let's revisit the actual concept of battle cruiser / dreadnought armored cruiser and see how that plays out, and we get maybe 2 or 3 ships here and there, and that would be it for 10-inch armed cruisers. Outside of that, you probably see just larger versions of things like counties and New Orleans and stuff like that / later, because, you know, counties had some failings.
Just a bit.
Yeah. And when it came down to it, a bit more tonnage for some more armor and maybe another gun would have been fine for that as a design. Or even making the armor belt taller rather than shallower, which is how we got past that. There was also that weird design, again from Zolly, that was a Super York. That was I think it was a Targo-like in its arrangement of guns. See if I can find it. If I can find the folder.
Wasn't it meant to be a Surrey design?
That was, I think, what WoW's took it as. Oh, here it is. Oh, improved York class, and it's literally just extended slightly with another gun. And a big float plane, because why not? But yeah, if you took that and, you know, instead of having that belt be there, you made it slightly longer and taller, that would be a pretty good interwar New London design. Maybe a different superstructure.
Yeah, basically.
But yeah, you'd see more along the lines of this than 15,000 ton 10-inch armed cruisers. You'd see 15,500 tons with 10-inch guns in terms of, like, I don't remember what the
let's face it.
All-gun forward super cruiser for the RN. That's like a 20s design. You'd see maybe 2 of them.
Yeah, I mean,
that.
yeah. Let's face it. Like, the Japanese and the Italians are going to build 1 or 2 before they go, yeah, this is kind of a bit silly.
You probably wouldn't see the Italians build them.
But the Japanese are going to, because the
Japanese would, because the Japanese would look to the future and be like, right, future-proofing, our most likely enemy is going to be America or Britain, and we need something to be able to run around and harass their shipping and cruisers that are going to be guarding their shipping.
But of course, like, I think the Japanese will build a class of 4, maybe a second class before they go.
Well, Foxo, that's what I was saying earlier, is that at this time point, by the London Naval Treaty, this is where the line between battlecruiser and battleship starts blurring a bit more. You'd have
basically
battle cruisers that are essentially just, well, you'd have the N3s and the G3s.
The G. Well, no, Grey Ghost.
But then you'd also
the French will just build them as 13.4s.
Yeah. You then also have the admirals that are the quote-unquote battle cruiser versions of the Queen Elizabeths. So by the time of London Naval Treaty, at the battleship holiday's conclusion or extension, you'd start seeing naval power start designing fast battleships in the vein of, you know...
Because the G3s, like, even if the G3s aren't as capable of all the speed they're built as long as they can do a higher speed... As long as they can do a higher speed than 28 knots, that's still a wake-up call to the rest of the world's navies that you can have a ship with a decent level of firepower, armor, and speed. Like, the Japanese are going to look at the G3s and go, we fucked up by building these ships with weak armor for more speed.
Yeah, this is why I said that, like, with these large cruisers with, you know, 10-inch guns, you'd see them try to return to the concept of the original idea behind the Dreadnought armored cruiser. A cruiser-sized ship with large caliber guns to kill other cruisers.
I mean,
it's armored against other cruisers because that's the intended fighting target. This is why I argue that when it comes down to it...
this is why I'd say that they don't actually,
Well, no, this is why I'm saying that you'd only see a handful of them, because other navies would realise that, well, when it comes down to it, our named battle cruisers can do this slightly better because they have capital ship speed...
You're instead
and a much greater degree of protection and armament.
Yeah, you're just better off. You're just better
so
off
you
having
see these types of ships as a concept class, kind of like fucking the large light cruiser idea.
Yeah,
you'd see them built as a proof of concept, and then they wouldn't really do that much.
Yeah, like you've basically got like, because everyone will literally just realize we can just build either 8 or either 15 to 12 8-inch or 8 to 9.2-inch cruisers that are protected against their own guns. And that's it. That's all you need, Chief. You're good. You're fine. That's it. That'll be the death of the 10-inch armoured cruiser. I don't know what...
Dying before it lived.
Because there's no point, because the... Yeah, pretty much. And you get the point. Foxo, because some battle cruisers, well, it basically boils down to each navy and what they want to do with their designations. I mean, Shipyard, you're somewhat more familiar with Royal Navy designations than I. Didn't they call things like Vanguard fully armoured battle cruisers? Or something daft like that?
Not really.
No.
Vanguard was always listed as fast battleship.
Oh no, they were going to, and then they said that's silly.
I don't think it was a serious discussion about it. I think it was just this is a funny name, and we're the British, let's make a funny name. No, that's too funny.
So do we think that the designation between battleship and battlecruiser would have persisted just because there are large numbers of battlecruisers?
I think it would have persisted in the same way that it persisted during the Dreadnought race during the First World War and prior to it. You'd see the distinction between this is the battlecruiser, quote unquote, and this is the battleship. This is one of the reasons why I like to point to the origin of the battlecruiser and the battleship, because when it came down to it, the British had an idea of, right, we've got this brand new Dreadnought battleship, it's really fast, it's really good at shooting things, and it can take a few hits. Then we have the Dreadnought Armoured Cruiser, which is the armoured cruiser version of the Dreadnought battleship. It's intended to be armoured and armed and speeding against armoured cruisers, which is why it has the armour layout it does, and it's designed to have Dreadnought caliber guns, which is why it has so many big guns. The Germans looked at that and thought, wait a second, that's just a really fast Dreadnought. Let's build our battle cruisers like that. And then, because they started putting them in the battle line, Britain was forced to put theirs in the battle line and realised that, oh wait, our early builds can't actually do that because they're not armoured for that. And so are our interposing designs either. They can't really do that as well as the German ones could do that. Which is where the ultimate G3N3 comes in, where both have roughly the same armor, roughly. The G3s are much faster, and they have roughly the same gun layout, because they are essentially the ultimate version of the battleship and battlecruiser lines, for Britain, anyway. But when you get to later treaties, especially in this timeline, the distinction between a battlecruiser and a battleship becomes much more blurred as the armor and role gap closes. So, you know, things get a bit weird at that point, because America's going to have its idea of what a battlecruiser is. Germany's going to continue having its idea of what a battlecruiser is. Britain's going to maintain its idea of what a battlecruiser should be. Japan is going to keep its idea of what a battlecruiser should be. At which point, one of the nations is going to eventually come up with the idea of, wait a second, what if we just blended the two and have this idea of a really fast battleship that's protected against a pretty good gun at a certain range and has big guns and goes zoom.
I mean, and then of course you've also got the poor old Italian Navy sobbing in a corner again.
The Italians and the French are just not going to be able to hold a candle to the rest of the powers.
The French are fine. They've got 4 modern capital ships. They're not worried about anything.
No, but they'll be worried about the Germans, or the Japanese, because they've got international holdings. And if it came down to it, if America and Britain were off the table in that capacity, Japan could very easily roll over French Indochina. And what are the French going to do? They've got nothing that can stand against them.
I mean, one of the more interesting concepts is basically for the Leons in this timeline. Because the Leons have a very long, rather fine hull form as a design, and with 16 guns in 4 quads, they've got fairly wide barbettes. So, and you can
fast.
No, but this is the thing. In the late 20s to early 30s, the French could do what the Italians did, except cheaper, because they don't have to actually lengthen the ships. They can go, okay, remove the midships quad, and if they really want to be brave, replace the quad 13.4s with some form of triple 15. Slap in boilers where the midships quad was, and suddenly you've got a 28 knot Leon with 9 15s. And that's terrifying.
I don't know, because the French were really, really, really sold on the idea of quad turrets.
Well, no, they were, but only because they needed 13.4s in larger numbers, because they didn't have any... But there was a design for the Leons that called for 4 twin 15s, either triple 15s or twin 16s. But they didn't go with it because they wanted the ships out now, and they only had the 13.4s. The French weren't wedded to quads because they liked them. They were wedded to quads because they needed more firepower, and they only had 13.4s. If the option comes to make the Leons competitive, and your choice is either twin 16s, which the French don't have, or triple 15s, which they do have by the mid-30s, because they're working up the design for the 15-inch guns for the
Richelieu.
The Rishies, yeah. They may look and go, know what?
Actually, you might actually see a slightly earlier and maybe a slightly goofier looking Dunkirk.
Wait, so because of the...
Because they
just take the... Yeah, no, because they... Well, yeah. But no, I just realised, Hood, they can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Because they're gonna have 4 quad 13.4s they've taken off the Leons when they were refitted. They can put those, once refurbished with increased elevation, on the Dunkirks to speed up their construction. Oh, it gets more cursed every day.
You might see them give them either an extra gun and move the superstructure well aft, and make a vaguely French Nelsonian-looking Dunkirk with 13-inch guns.
Nelson-looking motherfucker over there.
I mean, I do like all-gun forward ships, but, you know...
Yeah.
It may be extra goofy-looking Dunkirk with quad 13s in a 3x4 arrangement forward. And those are going to be what they use to oppose the Italians and, if it comes to it, the Japanese. They're not going to last very well against the Japanese, but they'll be very difficult to chase because they were very fast.
I think we've done that question to death, I'm going to be honest. Okay. Why didn't the Russians use a different calendar system at the time? Oh, yeah, conversion hood for the reason why our sources differ in timings. Mine may be in the Russian calendar.
Yours may be Gregorian calendar.
Yeah.
Alright, since he's asked us maybe 11 times now, what about the Tegetanovs in British yards with no flaws and bad construction?
That's not... Well, first of all, there were no flaws in the Tegetovs, not in terms of serious flaws.
Yeah, the Tegetovs were, like, the most advanced dreadnoughts of the day.
With 12-inch guns.
In triples.
Well, no, yeah,
the first ships to use triple turrets.
No, sorry, that honour goes to the Italian battleship Dante Alighieri. But they were much better ships than Dante Alighieri, and commissioned before the Italian dreadnoughts did. Apart from Dante Alighieri. But yeah, also, if you do that, you basically kill the Austro-Hungarian capital ship construction industry. They need the Tegetovs as orders to keep them going. This is the thing. Ordering overseas sounds great to fix problems, but you kill your own capital ship industry when you do it. Where are we?
So I was half right. The Tegetovs were the first to be designed with triple turrets.
But they weren't the first to be commissioned.
They weren't the first to be commissioned because the plans for one of the plans named Variant 8, which was the first one to include triples, was leaked to Italian newspapers.
And they went, oh! Literally, yeah.
It scared the shit out of the Italians so badly they used that as that alone as the justification for new dreadnought building. And theirs had to have triples to oppose the Tegetovs. But yeah.
Can we
as they were getting back to the thing, their construction was still pretty good, especially since they were, when it came down to it, the first dreadnought for the Austro-Hungarians.
Do you want to know where the whole meme about flaws with the Tegetovs comes in? It's fucking Verbus Unitas. The fucking ship built in Hungarian yards. The Austrian-built battleships were fine. It was that one ship had more flaws than all the rest of them put together. In fact, she was the only one with major flaws.
Yeah. You know how one ship often steals the luck of the rest of the class?
Verbus Unitas stole the flaws.
She stole all of the Nat 1s for the class. She was also plagued with a bunch of random things during building, because as I recall, there was a bunch of corruption in Hungarian yards, and they all seemed to gravitate around Vitribus to the point where at one point I think they had to delay building because one of the fucking site managers or something stole a bunch of metal to sell off or something. It was weird and silly and very Hungarian, and that's why she was very late in terms of her building schedule, and also suffered a lot because who boy was there some goofiness going on with her.
I don't really do timelines that are down to character changes. Basically because I don't know that much about the character and command styles of admirals. I'm very much a man who likes ships,
It is, however,
characters.
8:30 and I need to eat, so I'm going to go and get some food.
Farewell. It'll be me and Shipyard holding down the fort forever.
Excellent. My time has come.
Indeed it has. Entire Austro-Hungarian Navy in 1914 versus the entire Mexican Navy in 1940. Who wins? That's the
Wait, who?
Austro-Hungarian...
What?
The entire Austro-Hungarian Navy in 1914 versus the entire Mexican Navy in 1914. Who wins? Are you...
1940.
Yeah. Basically, the entire Austro-Hungarian Navy from 1914 is in the Gulf of Mexico, and the Mexican Navy comes out to fight them. Who wins? That's not even a contest. Austria-Hungary wipes the fucking floor with them. Aggressively. I'm not a discount to Kinefel, how dare you? I am. The official title is...
No, I am.
The official title is Pat. No, you're not. You are not a discount to Kinefel. How dare they short sell you? You're an entirely different channel that covers things Drac does not. Calling you a discount to Kinefel is a downright disservice. And I won't have it.
Thanks, babe.
Don't ever say that again. I'm not even joking. Don't ever say that again.
Alright, no worries. I'm a Zoomer version of Drac.
I mean, I suppose he does cover modern naval vessels in a way that Drac just does not.
Yeah, because I don't give a shit about the flipping politics.
1936 Spanish Navy versus entire 1904 Japanese Navy. Spanish Navy?
Jap Navy.
No, Spanish.
No, Japan.
No, Spanish.
Japan.
Spanish.
Japan.
The Spanish Navy has modern Washington Treaty-era heavy cruisers. And
Not many.
29-knot, 6-inch armed cruisers. Modern destroyers. Even the Hispanias have been modernized with direct-to-fire control for their guns, and are actually more than a match for any Japanese pre-dreadnought. Easily. I don't see... Because the Spanish Navy can dictate the engagement. The Hispanias are faster than any Japanese pre-dreadnought by about 2 knots. So even the Hispanias can dictate the engagement.
Shall we have a look and see
Okay, Foxo.
the order of battles are?
The 1936 Spanish Armada is corrupt as fuck with ships that barely work. That is a myth, madam. That is a myth that was propagated after and before the Civil War. It is entirely untrue.
Oh, I'm going to have to get rid of my Welsh Navy question to post this.
Welsh Navy? What Welsh
Yes,
Navy?
I was going to write a alternate history for us to delve into.
What are the coal miners going to build?
Well, for the fact that... Okay, we will cover this in a minute. We'll cover that in a bit.
Okay, look at that. They've got 2 of those Balearic class heavy cruisers. They've got 3 Alfonso class cruisers, which are fairly capable 6-inch cruisers. They've got Regina Eugenia Victoria, which is a fairly weak-ish cruiser, but she's not bad. They've got a bunch of C-class submarines that are fairly effective. 16 modern destroyers, 3 older destroyers, 13 older torpedo boats, 2 battleships, because one of them got wrecked off the coast of bloody Africa for some godforsaken reason.
They have that.
I mean, do they? Do they actually?
Yes, they do.
That's... I mean, you laugh, but against the 1904 fleet, that's actually a massive force multiplier. That's huge.
Let's have a look at the order of battle of the Japanese.
In 1904, so just in the middle of the
Russo-Japanese War.
yeah. They only have 5 battleships. Well, sorry, 6 if you include the old ironclad of from China. Once, Foxo, during the Rift War, and it was an uncharted shoal. It could have happened to any captain. Let's not forget the amount of times British ships ran aground off Halifax. Same thing. Although, admittedly, it wasn't one of Spain's only 3 battleships that ran aground.
I thought you only had 2.
No, 3 Hispanias were built. One ran aground during the Rift War in the 20s and was lost.
That's probably why I only considered there's only 2.
Yeah, there are only 2. There were 3, but there's only 2 by 36.
Yeah.
Although by 36 they have had a fairly decent rebuild. Well, not rebuild, but refit. They actually have proper modern fire control equipment by 36.
Okay, so I'm currently loading the Jane's Imperial Japanese Navy 1904 new PDF. So we shall see.
I mean, the real thing for me that wins this is basically the speed of the Spanish battle line. And their large numbers of destroyers. Like, even the Spanish N-20 class torpedo boats are better ships than anything the Japanese has in terms of torpedo boats. The destroyers that the Spanish have, especially the Chikara class, of which there are 16, are a match for even some older Japanese protected cruisers in a straight-up gunfight. This is the thing. The difference in capability is just so flipping massive that it's beyond a joke.
I think we should agree to disagree.
Well, okay. So what? Okay, so why do you think the Japanese are going to carry this? So I've given my reasons for the Spanish. I'm not going to give the microphone, but hypothetically to you, why do you think 1904 Japan is going to win this?
Okay.
And I'll give you the same benefit of the doubt you gave me. So go ahead.
Fair enough. Okay. All right. So, what I would personally think is Spain might be going into the battle thinking they are old, so they have the advantage. So, obviously, they can dictate the range. They can also dictate when and where they want to make the fight.
Because they've got that seaplane carrier that you showed me, so they can actually find the Japanese rather easily.
That is true. However, if you're going with that... Oh, flipping hell. Here we go. I don't want to know about that. Oh, okay. Excellent. Right. List of illustrations. Page 169. Come on. Fuck you. Okay. Evidently that PDF does not want to work like that. So, that seaplane carrier, tender, is a converted merchant ship. Which means it's not going to be fast. Which means if you're going to drag that along with your fleet, then in reality you're limited to the speed of that ship. Which, looking at her, she's a single screw, she's probably speed of 16 knots at a push.
Are we dictating the strategies of both fleets, or are we just saying that they would be going off the doctrine they had at the time for each?
I don't really know.
Because for me personally, I'd have the seaplane carrier with what I call a battle force, consisting of Spain's older cruisers. That's the Regina, Vittoria Regina, and the Mendez Nueza class, which totals 4 cruisers. and the older destroyers, plus the torpedo boats with the Hispanias, and the more modern destroyers, the 3 modern light cruisers, and the 2 Washington heavy cruisers, I'd have as a scouting force of 30 knot plus ships. But that's just me.
I mean, yeah, okay, right. They do have the speed advantage. But you know that speed isn't everything.
This is true.
I mean, in reality, yeah, communication has an advantage. The modern ships... Okay. I would say, personally, communication is better with the Japanese fleet than it was with the Spanish. Okay, no rebuttal, good. Okay. I'm sticking with that. Yes, the Imperial Japanese Navy is a little bit, you know, hodgepodgey. It's not, you know, homogenous. It's not like the Spanish. But they have the numbers to essentially win a decisive battle. But that comes later on. I mean, Tsushima was a decisive battle.
I'm not denying that it is, but the thing is, you're forgetting that because of the modern 8-inch guns that the Baleares class carry, I can append them to the rear of the 2 Jamie I class as quasi-battleships, and therefore match the Japanese battle line.
Okay. You have some very good points.
It's a difficult question, isn't it, though? It's a properly...
The problem is, I feel like the Japanese have more of a... Yes, I know effective gun range does also matter. But I feel like the Japanese also have a better track record to this point. They're more technically battle-hardened, battle-trained. Granted, this is in the first stages of the Russo-Japanese War. Whereas I don't think has the Spanish actually fought a naval battle in 20 years?
Not by 36, they hadn't. But it was worth pointing out that for the 4 years prior to 36, the Spanish Navy had been basically working to iron out the kinks. Like, it's the reason why you got the full rebuild to some of its light cruisers. It's the reason why you got the Baleares class. It's the reason why the Hispanias got their rebuilds. The Spanish Navy prior to the Civil War was going through a program of modernization, retraining, and re-equipment. So sending it back in 36 prior to the Civil War is actually the best thing for the Spanish Navy. If you'd have asked if the 30th Spanish Navy had gone back, I would have given it to the Japanese in a heartbeat, but you didn't. They asked for the 36th Spanish Navy, which is a different kettle of fish entirely.
Good point. I'm currently trying to find you the effective ranges. I want to say that
the only problem is that yes, while the Hispanias have Krupp armor, it's only 8-inch thick Krupp armor. So here's the thing: if the Hispanias can be trapped in a close range engagement by the Japanese, their armor won't save them. If they can save themselves and keep range and use their 8 12-inch guns to conduct long-range accurate fire, there's very little the Japanese can do, especially since that one of the things that a lot of people forget is that the Hispanias, they have 12-inch guns, but a lot of people forget the Hispanias actually have 50 cal 12-inch guns. The really nasty British Vickers 50 caliber 12-inch guns. I'm sure you're aware of those, Shipyard.
Mm-hmm.
So, this thing, it all comes down to the engagement. If
Yeah.
if the Japanese, if the Spanish use their air power effectively to choose the right point of engagement, they use their fast 30-knot wing to weaken the basically, if the Spanish are smart, if they use their fast 30-knot wing to pick off Japanese cruiser screens and conduct torpedo attacks before the engagement is joined, if they use their air power to constantly monitor the position of the Japanese, and so they know where they are at all times, and if they only engage when the Japanese fleet is demoralized and somewhat battered by constant running attacks by the 30-knot wing, and the Spaniards come in and basically clean house, then there's no reason the Spanish should lose. However, if the Spanish just stupidly charge in thinking, hey, we're superior, there is a fairly good chance that it's a 50-50 coin flip as to what happens.
Tell you what, I got a coin.
Okay, so for the second scenario, flip the coin, what happens?
You go. So should we say Spanish are
Heads.
tails?
I call heads since I'm doing the Spanish here.
Okay. Alright. 3. Should we do best of 3?
Go on then, yeah, because that gives us a good average. No, best of 4, because that gives us a properly even, gives an even chance for, you know, because that way it gives us an even chance for...
Okay. Tossed it.
First toss,
First one. First toss is tails.
so that's Japanese victory.
Yes.
Okay, second toss.
Drum roll, please. Heads.
Okay, Spanish victory. I may have to run this past Drac. I'm sure he'd like to wargame this at some point.
Tails again.
Okay, so that's a Japanese victory.
That final one.
And this is going to be the decider.
We're up. Back of the hand. Tails again.
Okay, so that's
That was not cheating as well.
Yep,
by the way.
so that's mostly so it does reflect what I was thinking. There's a chance the Spanish technology can pull them out of that stupid decision, but commanders who make stupid decisions usually lose battles.
They very much do.
Okay, so
Good question, actually.
yeah, that was actually good to break down because it was actually it was a really interesting example, and it does highlight the fact that the Spanish Navy in the 1930s, while not being a world-class fleet, shouldn't just be discarded as a pathetic power, because it had its, like, the Spanish Navy knew its strengths and weaknesses.
Although, to be perfectly honest with that one, I could have un-Boris Johnsoned myself there. Japanese.
Okay, so we did that. Which is more powerful, the Ganget's 12-inch 51 or the 12-inch 50? Well, 12-inch 51, it's a 51 caliber 12-inch gun. It's gonna be more powerful than a 12-inch 50!
Kamchatka versus William D. Porter.
That's not even a fight. Willie D had one fuck-up, and that was it. Apart from that, it was a fairly standard Fletcher. Kamchatka had continuous fuck-ups.
Well, there was also the other one where, didn't she gouge out her bow with her sister ship's anchors?
Yeah. Entire Royal Navy 1903 versus the German 1933 Navy. Well, that's the Royal Navy 1903. There's just so many ships, they can just blockade the Germans in. The Germans barely have 2 of the Deutschlands in service.
Here's one. Agincourt with an Italian-style rebuild.
The problem with that is that you end up with a battleship that, although at this point it's probably something along the lines of a battle cruiser, because that's probably what it would fit more into the role of, because if you remove the center... remind me, I need to figure out how many turrets Agincourt has.
A, B, P, Q, XYZ? So you're 7.
yeah. So if she... Let's assume that she loses her 2 center turrets. And maybe the aft one that's not super firing. Or, actually no. So if she loses her 2 center turrets... you've got a ship with 10 12-inch. Now, that's not what I'd politely like to call a vessel worth a damn in an era post-1918. Her armor is, to put it mildly, pathetic. She's
a glass cannon.
She has a 9-inch belt. She's gonna be rebuilt into some form of large cruiser killer. If she's rebuilt at all. Luckily, because of her long hull form, with enough horsepower from where her twin centerline turrets are removed and with modern boilers and turbines, she could probably reach 30 knots because of her long, slender hull form.
I reckon you could do it a different way.
Grey Ghost. Grey Ghost. That's what I said. Okay, I'm sorry. If it's a ramming competition, you don't beat HMS Olympic. Sorry, RMS Olympic. Olympic rams.
HMT Olympic.
Maybe. But still, you don't beat. Yeah, even if you're throwing the SS Great Eastern in there, Olympic has more mass than she does.
Twice the amount of mass as well. Oh, fuck my life.
I told you it'd be one of the
So-
good ones. Bet you he fucking fell asleep and didn't wake up.
Who, me?
No, not you. My usual other co-host. You know the one. He said, I'll get a quick nap in. And I said, set multiple alarms. And what I suspected would happen has happened. He's just fallen asleep and not woken up.
No.
His
They
Holiness...
can't fall.
Yeah, His Holiness, it's the same thing that we get whenever a modern ship gets sent back in time. They just go around the various task forces, fit their helicopters with homing torpedoes, and laugh hysterically as underkeel explosions wreck multiple German capital ships.
It wouldn't work. And I'll tell you the reason why. Because 2 Type 45s plus 3 River classes. 1, the River class, we going batch 1s, we going batch 2s. Because if it's a batch 1, they're armed with 20mm Orlikans. A single one. So that's the 20mm Gimbo. If we're talking batch 2s, that is a 30mm ASCG.
Batch 2s, they're saying.
It is, yeah. 30mm ASCG is not going to really do much. Now we talk about the 45s. Yes, they're air defense destroyers. But I want to make a note of that one. They're air defense destroyers. They're mainly focused around shooting things out of the sky. Yes, 3 of them technically have harpoon. But I can guarantee you for a fact that if you're going to launch them, they're not going to go out the tubes. Because they're that old, they're rusty. They ain't going to work. Plus, each ship has 8. Times that by 2 is 16. That's probably the same. That's probably enough to sink 2 battleships or battle cruisers. It's
Basically.
pretty pointless.
Scharnhorst with
Then we got
Italian 15-inch guns. Do you want to punish the Germans? No. Go away, Grey Ghost. No. Bad. Gone. Shipyard.
An Italian-style rebuild of a CV. You wouldn't have one.
Oh! Shipyard, this is one for you.
Oh god, there we go.
Because,
Alright, what's up?
because this is one I couldn't answer, but you might be able to. A Type 12I frigate versus a Whiskey 2, and a V&W class Admiralty destroyer versus a Type U-151 submarine. Which escort ship has the better chance against its contemporary submarine? This is right up your street.
Right, bear with, give me a second. Type 12I is... I want to say Leander?
Leander, yeah, Leander.
Oh, yes. Which version are we going for? Because you got 3 batches.
Should we go with the V&W class first versus the 151, and then we'll circle back, and then we'll...
Yeah, that's fine.
While we're waiting for the exact version.
So V&W class destroyer
versus a U-515, and then of course, once we've done that scenario, and it says one scenario for each Leander refit. Fuck it, why not? All right, so let's do the V&W first, and then we'll go through the Leanders one at a time, and then we'll go right. Which ship has the best chance?
Excellent. Strap yourselves in, kids. This is going to be interesting. So,
I'm glad Shipyard is here, by the way, because I would not have a fucking clue.
Yes. So, when's the V&W built? 16 to 24. Okay, so U-151 is
the U-151 is the armed version of the Deutschland, basically. She was the first. Once she was converted into an armed vessel, she was the first Mark of U cruiser, and was remarkably effective. It's worth pointing out that I will just say, while we're covering this, something you're going to have to take into account, Shipyard, is the U-515 is armed with a pair of very, very nasty 6-inch guns. And some bit limited fire control for them. So you have to take into account the fact that she may choose to surface and fight the V&W in a gun action.
Okay. Alright. Thank you very much. So, I'll break it down into subsurface and surface action. Might as well.
Yeah. Sorry, it gets worse. She also has two 88s as well. So she has 4 guns total. 2 6-inch and 2 88s.
Fucking hell.
For surface action.
Right. So, subsurface action. For those of you who don't know, the U-151 class has 2 50cm torpedoes tubes, which are 20-inch, 18 on board.
So that's not.
So
she has limited salvo weight, but good long-term patrol staying power.
Yeah, pretty much. So, if the submarine gets the drop and can launch its fish and hit, it's game over for the V&W. I don't exactly know what the hydrophones are like on these.
If it's a V&W post 1917, she'll have basic hydrophones and depth charges.
I'm thinking on the sub.
Oh, on the sub, let me see. Most of the time they relied on... most German U-boats of World War I didn't have hydrophone equipment. They relied on surface detection, or basically listening through the hull with the Mark I human ear roll.
Okay, so...
it
all depends.
There's a reason why most U-boats in World War I spent most of their time on the surface.
Very good point. Okay, so in that case, I reckon the V&W would win because it has a better chance of detecting the sub because it has hydrophones, and also if the V&W spots the feather, which is the periscope on the protruding through the surface, and as it's going along, it produces the wake. It's what you call a feather.
It could either turn to ram, or it could fire its main guns at the feather. It has a bunch of different options available to it.
Yeah. So I think personally,
Subsurface, it's the V&W's fight to lose.
yeah. But if it surfaces,
That's an entirely different kettle of fish.
it all depends on how fast they can fire those guns on the sub.
They're open mounts, but they have ready use lockers.
Interesting. So, all it takes is for the 151 to be hit once, and she's out of action. Technically, she can't. She can't submerge.
Problem is, like, basically, it's once a surface gun action is engaged, even if she's only in her early make with those two 6-inch guns, she only has to land a couple of 5.9-inch hits on a V&W to really mess that ship up with HE. But
Yeah.
the reverse is also true.
Because if you hit a submarine once with a surface gun, and you hit, that's a mission kill. Submarine's gone. That's end X for sub. That's not doing what it needs to do. Essentially, diving and torpedoing. So you could essentially mission kill it
Indeed.
in a surface action. And I mean, truth be told, you'd probably... Me being a destroyer captain, if I'm going up against one of these, I wouldn't mind losing my ship to sink one.
Because that's a nasty thing for a merchant cruiser to come across.
Exactly. So, 9 times out of 10, I would go for the V&W.
But if the U515 either gets a lucky hit with its 5.9s or is the nasty late war version with 2 additional 88s, that's a similar amount of firepower to the V&W coming the other way.
Mm-hmm.
And in that case, it's basically just a who lands a critical hit first.
Exactly.
So basically, with just the 5.9s, it's a 9/10 to the V&W. With the 88s and the 5.9s, it's basically a 6 to 4.
60-40,
Yeah.
50-50.
Yep, sounds about right.
Yeah.
So
Right.
so in overall terms, that's worse odds than you'd like for an ASW for an escort ship versus a sub.
Mm-hmm.
So now we come to the type to the Leanders versus a whiskey. He says specifically a whiskey 2, and that's all 3 versions of the Leander. So let's work through, I guess. And since it's a whiskey, that means it's subsurface attack only because there's no surfacing at all.
Yep. Excellent. Although Whiskey 2 does have 2 57mm guns and 2
Good
twin
luck.
25 mils.
Good luck using them.
Right, hello. Silhouette of a whiskey with a twin 57mm gun on the deck. Brilliant. Here we are. Just for a reference for everyone. Nope. Hang on. That's the other thing I'm looking at. There we are. That's a whiskey 1.
Yeah.
Whiskey long bin. Ridiculous. These
Whiskey
submarines are
long
stupid
bin.
looking.
Wait, hang on. What's that after the conning tower?
That's a twin 57mm.
An open mount twin 57mm.
Yep.
What? Russia, stop.
Oh yeah.
Like, just if you're gonna give it a deck gun for surface action, give it one of your 130s or something. Just stop.
Fucking ridiculous, isn't it? Where's that thing? It has all the pictures of the ships. So it is.
Unfortunately, Shipyard, you know what that means, don't you? Since it's got deck guns, and since we had a surface action mode for the U151, that means we have to have a... Well, actually, no. Well, actually, yeah. Yes. But no, I think in this case, given that it is a early Cold War sub, I think the surface action has to be considered as it's been forced to blow its ballast and is fighting as a last resort on the surface. Not as it's fighting on the surface from the start.
Good point. I mean, truth be told, I've won in a whiskey against a British frigate. in cold waters.
Well, shall we get started then? So, Leander 1, I guess?
Leander 1. So that is your box standard. Essentially, it's got English, hard.
Oh, that's...
4.5-inch naval guns.
Oh, that's the ship that's in the great series known as Warship. I love that series. That's great. HMS Hero, Commander Niles. Yes, please. I assume you've seen that as well.
Yes. It's got a Seacat launcher, which is a quad Seacat launcher. 2 20mm Orlikans. 2 40mm Mark 7 Bofors. Single mounts. And it also has an ASW Limbo mortar in the well deck.
I've seen that thing in Warship. It's goofy.
It is goofy but good. Ah, right. Now, let me get up CMO. Let's check what the towed array is. Did they have towed array on these ones yet, or not? Because you occasionally have like weird mid-refits where some of them get towed arrays, some of them lose it. It's brilliant. Right. Okay, so we got... Stop giving me hunts. I don't want the hunt class. There isn't a batch 1. Okay. We'll use that one, please. Groovy. That's a batch 2. Fine for me. It's got extra set, so.
I do find it funny that HMS Phoebe, a frigate that played Hero, was mentioned in one of the episodes where Phoebe was coming to assist Hero, but Phoebe was playing Hero, which is kind of funny. you know the one where they're in that Middle Eastern country and they try to seize the frigate, and the whole. That's a good episode.
I know which one you're on about. Yes. Right.
Arabs.
Oh, you can't call them that.
Yes, I can.
You can't. Oh, you can do it this way. Excellent. Right. Okay. My apologies, guys. I'm just making sure I get all this correct for your answers. Do. There we are. Found the. Found Leander. Oh, she's got a kid. She's got Akara. That's annoying. Don't give me Akara. Well, actually, no. Technically, we have to talk about Akara because Akara is mounted on them. Use that one, and I'm going to use that one. Okay, right. So, okay. So the sonar they have is it's a cockchafer, which is it's the type 162 mic, the active sonar on the bottom of the hull. It's got a range of about 1.3 kilometers, which is it's not too bad, but it's also got an active sonar. That's fine. And I can't see if it's got that towed array. Hang on, yeah, it does. So it's got a towed array, it's got bow sonar, and it's got a stern sonar. No, not a stern sonar. Bow mounted, which is active and passive, and it's also got a towed array. That's fine. So I'm gonna give it to the Leander Batch 1 in a surface and subsurface action. Batch 2's I'm also going to give it to the Leander, and Batch 3's I'm going to give it to the Leander as well.
Do you want to go into detail and explain why?
Nope. Yeah, I will. Personally, they're really good ASW assets for the time. And I mean, a Whiskey 2 is kind of a bit of a shit sub. It's loud. It's just...
I mean, at least against the November has the option of going to 28 knots and yeeting itself off into the deep ocean.
Mm-hmm.
The whiskey just doesn't have that opportunity.
No. I mean, the only thing that can change it to a Romeo November... No, you said...
Now, a Romeo's quieter. A Romeo might, or a Foxtrot might be a threat, but a whiskey just is not.
Nah. Whiskey is shotgun. Shall we get up the specifications for a whiskey and have a look?
I mean, if it's a
Just so
whiskey,
we all...
I mean, if it's got wire guided torp, I mean, I suppose. Okay, I'll tell you what, Shipyard. Why don't you take into account the weapons that the whiskey carries for each of the time that the different ratings of the Leander are in commission? Because if it's an early model Leander, the whiskey's only got unguided torpedoes. The Leander's going to clean its clock. If it's a...
What do you think I'm doing?
Oh, that's what you're doing. So you're talking about the...
Yeah.
Because basically, if the whiskey has some of those nasty early 70s wire-guided torpedoes the Soviets developed, that may give the whiskey a chance to tell the Leander to fuck off with extreme prejudice. It may not sink the Leander, but it's going to give the whiskey a chance to bug out.
Why does it not have a whiskey on here? It's bullshit, this is. What's the weapons loadout of a whiskey? Whiskey single cylinder. So you're looking at... Why Wikipedia? Why? Shit. They're SSKs, aren't they?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's quite funny. Did you, it's quite funny, I didn't realise this at the time, but we're talking about Warship. The Soviets had been doing sketchy shit in Gibraltar for a while, and the first episode of Warship showed HMS Phoebe, which had been, basically going out of Malta aggressively at full, she's called all her crew aboard, she's going out at speed to pursue a ship. It absolutely made the Soviets shit their pants. They were like, what the fuck? So they stopped all their espionage in Gibraltar for a good 2 years. Because they were convinced that they'd been found out.
That's awkward. I was looking at the guided missile version. Whoopsie! Okay, right, so weapons fits for the whiskies. Shit the bed, I can't remember how to do this in Russian. Okay, so they've got 6 torpedo tubes, 4 forward, 2 aft, which can take 12 38s. Some other multitude of versions of 53 39s, some other letters. Most of them are either wake homing or fire and forget. So, plus the deck gun.
4-5, engage.
But they were removed between 57 and 58.
Which would make the sub less noisy because of the wake passing over the gun, and quicker.
Yeah. What I mean by fire and forget is they are straight running. They don't have any homing capabilities in them. However, based on the fact that one was decommissioned in 2014 would make me think they can take the Set 65s.
Oh, you don't. You're not considering.
I mean, they can technically take the SAET 60s, Set 56, which I'm pretty sure Set 56 torpedoes. Oh. Their acoustic homing. Yeah. No, hang on. Their wake homing, so that's fine. All you need to do is just go dead in the water and you're fine. So, just to make sure, set 56 is... Yeah, it's a homing torpedo. Yeah, I No, hang on. Yeah.
I mean, it's worth pointing out that all these extra torpedoes can do is just give the Whiskey a chance to escape. They are unlikely to sink the Leander. If the Leander's captain is an idiot and not Commander Niles, they may be sunk.
But basically, unlikely. What you're looking at is most of the torpedoes they can take are your standard straight-running Soviet torpedoes of World War II. They can take the first Soviet torpedo with pattern-running abilities. Then you have your standard post-war stuff. So that is better fuel economy, better speed, longer range, that type of thing. And then you have the 5365K, which these can take, which is your first mass-produced wake-homing Soviet torpedo. And then they can also take those homing torpedoes I spoke about, which I'm pretty sure...
Oh, so what? Oh. Hello? Ah, bugger. Shipyard? Ah, shite. We've lost him. Man overboard! Oh, wait,
I'm back. Hello?
I know, I hear you.
Good.
Are you guys up for a challenge? Oh, God. I know I'm going to regret this, but I've never stepped down from a challenge. Find the name of this ship. Okay, I'm not that dedicated.
Alright.
Yeah, let him handle it.
Ah, I've been through there.
Well, yeah, ex-Royal Navy service looking ass. I'm allowed to be hilarious.
Yeetus that fetus.
Only I get to yeet the fleet! Since I am he.
Ah!
You can't kill me, Cindy. I'm already on fire. Also, Cindy, when you going to, Cindy, people have been asking for updates to... I'm not sure if you checked the Broken World Like people, like no, not just me. People have been asking for an update.
Okay, I've got it.
Holiness, we're not going up another level because I can't partake in this.
Boom, done it.
I have no voices in my head, you little porcupine.
See, that was an easy flipping guess.
Alright. Next question, please.
While it's a bit quiet, shall we do my Welsh question?
Go on then. What's the worst that can happen?
Okay, so basically it goes. Sometime in the past, it's always how good things start. Basically, when you have some random war between the English and the Welsh win. Take over England, take over Scotland, take over Ireland.
What is
Hopefully
this?
there's no one
What is
Irish.
this? What is this? Reverse UK?
Yes, kind of. But stay with it. I'm giving you context. The Welsh take over. They produce the Welsh Empire. Very similar to how we did it. And on that is built a navy. Okay? You have monarchy of whoever the Welsh king was. I can't remember his name. King Rodri or something. So you have the Rodri dynasty.
Mm-hmm.
And every ship has got the prefix of HMWS. So His Majesty's or Her Majesty's Welsh ship. Okay?
Right.
Now, it begins to get interesting. It kind of follows very similar to our timeline. However, it's slightly different because of what the ships we build. Because we are the first country to, ironically, produce the Industrial Revolution. The economy is built off coal export.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Obviously, because we are home to it. But instead of having, these top quality, high official English people, you have high ranking Welsh people who have different ideas. So,
I'm sorry, Shipyard. Looking. It's true. I'm dying. Go on with the Welsh. Go on. I'm okay. I swear.
anyway, okay, so the Cold War's happening, and America has randomly lost the Independence War. We have reconquered the 13 colonies, plus a little bit more, the entire country. So we have to have a fleet for 2 oceans, plus the Empire. Yes, it is my Welsh ego stoking, okay? Leave me alone! So, my idea is, design me a fleet for 1960 and let your ideas run wild.
You are talking to entirely the wrong man for that one. I hate to break it to you.
Oh, I know, but I want you, Fleet, to come up with a interesting way this can all work.
Okay, first off, Cindy.
Think about doctrines.
Yeah, first off, Cindy, Shipyard doesn't have Hoish. Hoish? Hoish? Hoish?
Hoi.
That's it. Fucking... The thing with the thing!
I technically do have Hoi.
God, help us all. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yes,
But-
you hit me with this when I was drunk as a house. Why?
Do you remember Hiv Gwyn, the aircraft carrier?
No.
Okay, let me find her. Fuck, where's it gone? Shit. I like the flag. The flag's quite cool. That's the naval ensign. Tell me that's not cool.
I'm not denying that's fairly interesting.
Good, that's fine. This was like an alternate reality forum I read when I was about 10. I loved it ever since. The English are all eradicated. They're all dead. Oh, where is it? Oh, is this it? Is this it? Come here. Okay. Basically, it's a multi-class aircraft carrier with Sea Dart and Sea Sparrows.
The problem you've got is I have no idea what the state of the world is. Without the US, and without a Anglophile Britain, I have no idea what the state of the rest of the world is. I have no idea what threats this hypothetical Welsh Navy faces. I have no idea what the state of the Welsh shipbuilding industry is. I have no idea what the state of the Welsh economy is. To put it bluntly, I couldn't answer this question without 5 levels of transdimensional rift forming.
Okay, fine. So Mexico's a Western power.
Okay. If we want to talk Mexico, I do actually have something I've been meaning to bring up for some time. So I was browsing that most hated of forums, Bucket of Ship. Yeah, I know, sue me.
Love it. Go on, carry on.
And I found a interesting, quotation marks, dive into a hypothetical Mexican empire.
Alright.
Or more accurately, a navy of a Mexican empire. From if I can actually find it, before I lose what little is left of my sanity. Is that it? Nope, that's not it. Where hums the fuck are you? Don't hide from me. I will find you, and then I will beat you over the head with a sledgehammer.
We have Rafales, apparently, somehow.
What?
I found the actual thing.
The Welsh have Rafales.
Yeah. It's fucking brilliant. So I'll just link this to...
I do feel like something is slightly wrong there.
Yeah, but have you seen the aircraft carrier?
Oh, God.
I mean, H vs Victory is apparently HMWS Dowie Sant.
It's literally just Britain, but Welsh.
Yes. But different. Oh, it's a good thing. I'm gonna properly write this up and do it properly.
You're gonna make me lose my marbles, aren't you?
Yes.
Right.
Come on, chat. Who wants to see Fleet lose his marbles?
They all do. Lest you forget. Ah! Here it is. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, through the power of the internet, I present to you the Mexican Empire and its fleets.
I didn't realize it has elevator music.
It does. This has been what's been playing in my ears for the entire fucking session, and it's what the audience will be listening to when they listen to this after the fact. I can't do this without music. Genuinely, I can't. So basically, they fought a war with Spain. In the mid-1880s, in 1885, to basically put the Spanish monarch back on the throne. Because remember, at this point, both Spain and Mexico are ruled by Habsburgs. So when a revolution happens, the Mexican king goes, "Oh hell no! You dare overthrow my half sister? Nope, not having that." Mexican Navy, do things. Although this has a far-reaching effect because the Spanish fleet at Cuba is sunk, and therefore the Spanish fleet is massively upgraded. Prior to 1897. I wonder what effect that could have. And then there was a brief scuffle with the US, where the Mexicans refused to salute the US flag. The US fired, and the Mexicans promptly annihilated a US squadron in 1890 for daring to shoot at them. Although, of course, the US still got its way because larger army. So now let us, just before we go on, chat, is the stream coming through alright? Can you read the text? Do you need it enlarging? Please speak now so I know.
I mean, I can't really read it.
Okay, that's all I need to know, so let me just very quickly... So, FPS 710. How's that?
Yeah, it's still hard to read, to be perfectly honest. Like, I have it on a quite large monitor, and I can't really see it that well. Like, I'll send you what I've got, so you can just see if it makes life easy for you, mate.
Okay, so usually I have to fiddle with it. Okay, so I've lowered the FPS but increased the resolution. How's that?
Bear with. It's better to read.
Excellent! Can you at least read it?
I personally think.
A little bit. Can you at least read it?
Originally ordered by
Okay, so let's start with here, with the Independencia. I'll let Shipyard's luxurious voice take it from here.
Oh god.
Take it away!
Half-sister to the Ottoman... That one.
Yep.
This small corvette-sized ironclad was under construction at STT for the Persian Empire to act as the nation's flagship under the name Artemis, named after for a female naval commander serving High King Xerxes in the Persian Wars. Yes, the antagonist in 300. Part 2 was based on a real person. Predictably, financing went away, and early in 1871, the incomplete hull was offered to the highest bidder, initially with little success. Late in 1872, completion had been suspended pending purchase. Emperor Maximilian personally signed the contract of purchase for what would become the first flagship of the Imperial Mexican Navy. She arrived in Mexico in May 1873 after using her schooner-rigged to cross the Atlantic without employing her machinery. Displacement 2,230 tons, mean, or 2,650 tons fully loaded. Dimensions 66 meters long, beam 13 meters, draft 5.05 meters, mean, or 5.5 at load. Machinery is 2 shaft horizontal compound, 2
rectangular boilers.
Rectangular boilers?
Yeah.
As you do, that's a bit weird. Speed 12 knots, maximum range 1,500 nautical miles at 8 knots. Armor, all wrought iron, belt 152 mil on 176 millimeters wood over complete length. Battery 114 mil. Barbette is 127 mil.
Yep, bang on.
Yep. That one's a little bit harder to see now, but I don't know if that's just
Armament,
resolution.
2x1 229x14 caliber rifle muzzle loaders and 3x1 178x16 caliber Armstrong rifle muzzle loaders. Not what I'd call the most impressive flagship, I have to admit. Even for the mid-ironclad era.
I mean, I could pee in the wind and it would still be more powerful than that.
Although, after the Battle of the First Spanish War in 1885, she was modernised. She got modern Krupp 150x35 caliber breech loaders for all of her guns, which turns her into a relatively effective armoured gunboat. Oh, now we get to the Mexico, the funny bit, the funny ship, which is actually a real ship.
That's a central battery ironclad, isn't it?
No, this.
No, it's a turreted ironclad.
Yeah, that's the ship that became the British Neptune in our timeline, but in this timeline was purchased by Mexico after a brief service.
Oh. Oh, I see. Or Mexico.
Well, yes and no. She was very badly rolling, but then they took her in to cut down her top weight, as you can see, and she became that. So I'll let you read this bit because it's quite important to actually highlight the changes that you can see in the difference between the two different. It's the same ship, but very much different. So I'll let you detail what they did.
Okay.
Does that help?
Mexico. Slightly. Mexico belonged to the fleet engaging the United States Navy in the Key West incident, but nearly sank in a subsequent storm. She was decommissioned upon return and again thoroughly rebuilt. She was entirely gutted, losing her whole machinery and both 305mm turrets. New twin shaft VTE machinery, vertical triple expansion, with cylindrical boilers generating 9,600 indicated horsepower for 15 knots were installed.
I assume the fact that your pace is sped up meaning that the quality suddenly got better.
Yes.
Good.
Slightly. And a completely new armament of 4 240mm 40 caliber Krupp breech loading guns in thinly armored gun houses were fitted.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. The iron citadel armor was replaced by 150mm nickel steel, and the 229mm bow chasers were landed. 650mm 35 caliber Krupp BL guns were mounted in new secondary armaments. The tertiary battery was retained.
The 657mm and 847mm. So go on.
Okay. When she re-emerged in 1894, she was little changed externally, but her stability defect had been really tackled.
Yep.
And she was rated as much more satisfactory seaboat than ever before.
She was present during the Second Spanish War, which we would know as the Spanish-American War. And she fired 61 broadsides from her new guns, which apparently somewhat shattered her old hull. And she was hulked after the war.
That's what you want to do.
Yeah. I mean, this works, but it doesn't... I think I should probably read, and then you can just comment, rather than you reading, because I can actually read it probably better than you can, but you can see the images.
Yes, truth be told, I'm not the world's best reader.
Yeah, unless it's your own scripts.
Yeah, and I can actually read it.
Yeah. Aquila class. Originally ordered by the Ottoman Empire and built by the Samudi Yard in Poplar, London, these ships were hastily purchased by the British government in 1878, when war with the Russians seemed imminent. After the war scare had subsided, they were considered surplus to requirements and put up for sale. And Admiral Wilhelm von Tegethoff, yes, they got Tegethoff to be the Minister of the Mexican Navy, just roll with it, was eager to acquire them. These ships were specially designed as armoured rams and were thus practically ideal for Tegethoff's favourite tactics. The contract was struck in 1880 and Belasil, ex-Taik el-Sharif, renamed Aguila Eagle for Mexican service, while the Orion was named Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl was not yet completed when the deal was struck. Aguila crossed the Atlantic in July 1880. During her short service with the RN, the fund was raised to reduce smoke interference. Quetzalcoatl followed in August 1882. As she was never commissioned with the RN, she retained the shot funnel. Despite excellent weather during the transit, both... Okay, here we go. 4,008... so 5,000... So I'm going to go on full load only, so 5,400 tons full load, length 74.5 meters, beam 15.9 meters, draft 6.4 meters, 2 shaft horizontal compound, 4 rectangle boilers, 4,050 indicated horsepower, speed 13 knots, maximum range 1,800 nautical miles at 10 knots, armour all wrought iron, 12-inch belt on 16-inch wood, ship ends 6-inch on 9-inch wood, battery 267mm around the gun ports, 8-inch sides, 3-inch deck maximum, conning tower 9-inch. Armament: 4 12-inch 14 caliber Armstrong muzzle loaders, rifle muzzle loaders, 4 100mm 21 caliber Whitworth breech loaders, and 2 350mm torpedo launchers, single, above water, forward, which is an interesting thing. Thoughts on the original design, if you have any?
I don't like it.
You don't?
No.
Any particular comments apart from that?
Well, the central battery bit, the white section in the middle with the very, very stumpy funnel, just looks honking. It looks like a kid designed something,
and of course,
then got bored halfway through.
The short-barreled 12-inch rifle muzzle loaders are not exactly what you'd call top-notch anti-ship armament, even for the 1880s.
Yeah, they're just a bit shit.
They were rebuilt in the late 1880s with some of those nice 240 by 30 breech loaders that we've seen already, replacing their 305s. And their 100mm were replaced by 2 6-inch 35 caliber guns and 6 47mm quick firing. And they had a raised funnel.
6-inch.
So now that they've got that with an all breech loading armament of modern long-barreled quick firing guns, what do you think of them now?
I'm starting to like them. However, I do have some issues still.
Okay, take it away.
One, what the fuck is that box?
What?
Ahead of that forward 6-inch gun.
Oh, that? I don't know.
Yeah. That's an issue. Second of all, I like how they removed the sails. Searchlight's quite nice. The shit box. Is it the head?
Possibly.
That's a very big head. It's just still a bit... It's great, but it's No.
Now, we've got the first seagoing ironclad purpose-built for the Mexican Navy, which, as you can see, even just at first glance, looks like a very much more mature, proper, full-bore... it looks like a proper seagoing ironclad, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like, it's a massive difference from the ships that have... Like, even the Mexico, which is larger, doesn't look like a well-thought-out vessel until her final refit. Whereas this ship actually looks well built from the beginning.
It weirdly looks like it's about to be dragged down the Middleton shipyards in Govan.
Oh?
But that's probably because I feel like I've seen that image before. Actually, no, I haven't.
The first seagoing ironclad built for the Mexican Imperial Navy. She was carefully designed to specifications set by Tegethoff himself and was widely considered one of the best central battery ironclads ever built. Unlike many other central battery ships, the three heavy guns on each side of her casemate had mutually overlapping fields of fire, while still providing two guns capable of firing dead ahead. She also had an unusually large protected area and was well strengthened for ramming. Her single-shaft machinery was, however, a drawback, resulting in insufficient maneuverability, especially for ramming tactics. Her bark-style sailing rig was of little practical use. Imperatrice Carlotta, named for the late wife of Emperor Maximilian, was laid out at Trieste in March 1876. You'll notice that because Mexico's ruled by Habsburg, they go to Austria for most of their overseas-built ships. And completed in October 1881. The long gestation period paid off handsomely in the high quality of her finish. Upon her arrival in Mexico after a mid-winter Atlantic crossing in early 1882, she became the Imperial Navy's flagship, relieving the bigger and more powerful, but rather unstable turret ship Mexico. 8,200 tons full load, length 92.5 meters, beam 21.8 meters, drafts 7.55 meters full load, one shaft horizontal compound, 6 cylindrical boilers, 6,750 indicated horsepower, speed 14 knots. Not bad for an 1880s capital ship, all told. That's not bad innings. And her armor,
that is quite good, actually.
And her armor is also a step up. 368mm belt, wrought iron on 254mm wood, ship ends 330mm on 254 wood, battery 370mm, deck 64mm, conning tower 178mm. That is not bad armor. This is a thoroughly mature.
It's definitely a step up from the Mexico.
And to make things better, her armament, even as built, is fully breech loading. 6 280mm, which I think is 11-inch, 20 caliber Krupp breech loaders as a primary battery. 280mm.
280mm in inches is 11.0236.
Yeah, so nearly 11-inch breech
Just
loaders.
over. Well done.
Having a 20 caliber gun in the early 1880s makes you a long-barreled weapon.
I'd like it.
6 by 187mm breech loaders as secondaries, and 2 above water 350mm torpedo tubes, one forward, one aft, which is actually a quite useful feature for a vessel of this period. Okay, so as usual, seeing as we're going through, comments on the initial design before modernization.
So, the only thing I can really say about it that is a flaw, is not as good as the Mexico, is the lack of turrets.
Okay. But considering what she's traded for the lack of turrets, e.g., actually being a useful sea boat, and having a full breech loading battery in the 1880s.
For being a decent sea boat that actually is not going to fall over, she is definitely a step up.
Only 5 years in 1890 without a refit, her gunnery wrecked the USS Charleston, which was a new build protected cruiser. So she must have had some teeth at least. In fact, since you'll like this refit, I'll let you read this one as a change.
Can
you read it, or do you need me to read it?
I was just looking at the image below. Okay, in 1892, she was taken in hand for a very ambitious modernization.
Actually, in fact, hang on 1 second. I'm just gonna make this even easier on you. There. That'll help. I've sent it to you. I've sent it to you manually, so you don't have to wince at it.
Actually, tell you what. DM me the link to this, and we'll go through it together.
Oh hell yeah! Fuck yes. We'll do that.
Also, I recommend zooming in slightly.
Okay, let me just.
So you know,
yeah, over here.
Control mark.
I got it. Yeah, there we go. There we go.
So people can actually probably be able to read.
Yeah, how's that, audience?
That's much better. I think that's much better, but
I do as well.
That's what everyone else thinks. Okay, right. I can read this. So, in 1892, she was taken in hand for a very ambitious modernization. To improve speed and maneuverability, her entire machinery was gutted, and a new twin-shaft vertical triple expansion plant with 8 Belleville tube boilers were installed.
Crikey, they didn't spare any expense there, did they? Jesus, that's a...
Nope.
Like, that's almost a why not build a new ship moment.
Hmm.
But go on.
And they're the same boilers they stuck in the Monmouths. Right. Engine power was increased to... I'm going to guess that was 8,150 indicated horsepower, and the speed rose to...
honestly, I just go off either what I sent you or your own tab. That you've got.
Oh, I'm reading off this.
Fair enough.
Yeah. The dot in between 8 and the 1 kind of confuses
I see.
there. It's a typo. Speed rose to 15.5 knots. She lost her sailing rig in favour for 2 military masts, and her bridge was subsequently enlarged.
I mean, you can see that there. Like, it's very clear.
Hmm. Armament was also revamped. The 280 mils were replaced by 240 35 caliber Krupp.
Those 35
BLs.
caliber Krupp guns seem to appear a lot, but it makes sense that they're looking to standardise on a main battery for all of their capital ships as they move into the 1890s. It does make sense.
Hmm. With better rate of fire and range. And her light armament now consisted of 550mm 35 caliber Krupp breech loaders.
And that's a massive secondary battery improvement over her previous 6 87 mils. It's a massive improvement.
9 47mm 44 Skoda quickfirers and 6 47mm 35 Hotchkiss revolvers.
Ooh, that's a spicy secondary armament.
The torpedoes were also retained, and the complement increased to 575. She re-entered service in 1896.
Now, despite the fact this refits made her a better ship, bearing in mind it's now 1896, and we both know what ships are entering service around that time, what's your thoughts on her, bearing in mind she is in the American theatre?
Okay. When did the Idahos come into force?
The Idahos? Let me just
yeah, the one that's in the...
Let me just have a look for you.
Because that's the type of ship that's in Drax dry docks, isn't it? The dry dock image. That's the wrong one.
I know. Just give me a second.
I mean, you could have just go back onto there.
I got it.
Dreadnoughts. Oh, it's the Mississippi.
No, it wasn't. Okay, preceded by. Keep going back. Yeah, no, that's, no. Preceded by. Because, yeah, Indiana class you're thinking of.
Yeah, that's the one.
Because remember, Texas came before, but Texas, yeah. Well, yeah, so yeah, Texas would be her contemporary. And I'm gonna be honest with you, in a fight between her and Texas, I'm giving that to Texas. Just look at that. Look at those specs.
Yeah.
So let's go back to this quickly, if I can find it. Yeah, so compared to Texas, but the thing is, Texas is her only contemporary in the US fleet. But there are more Mexican capital ships than there are US capital ships at this point.
Because Maine's blown up, or most likely sunk by this point.
Well, no, 1897 Maine blew up.
Okay, so this is straight after. What was Maine armed with?
Oh no, sorry, you
What
do.
was the-
Oh, I'm sorry, you do have the Indianas coming in.
Okay.
In 1897. So yeah, I mean, the Indianas alone are just gonna overmatch the poor old Empire at Sea Mida Carlotta. I mean, it shows here because she rejoined the active fleet but was not reintegrated into the battle line. For fairly obvious reasons.
It's one hell of a refit and a lot of money just for...
Was it? I don't think it's worth it. Me personally.
No, it really isn't. Although there's something really weird I like. Is sticking I'm guessing those are the 47mm 33 Hotchkiss revolvers on the stern gallery.
Oh my god, I see that!
That's interesting.
Do you have this tab open on your screen? Now?
Yes, I do.
Do you want to read the Rio Brazos? Because that's a weird ship. Because I wouldn't even call her a first-class battleship.
What's going on with that gun?
It's two guns side by side, either side of the
Is it
image
just
ship.
gone?
It's a
It's just gone
barbette.
pop off.
Well, no, it's a barbette. It's like the Austrian capital ships, except without the rear single mount.
Got you. That's a shame. I was hoping to have the bridge on top of a turnable gun. That would have been cool. Right, here we go. So, the Rio Brazos class. In 1884, the Austrian government ordered 2 battleships to the same specifications. One from their naval yard at Pola, becoming the Kronprinz Erzog Rudolf, and the other at STT, becoming the Kronprinzess Erzogin Stephanie. Under the special permission of Emperor Maximilian, Tegetov was consulted during the design process. The results were ships optimized for ramming.
Damn it, Tegetov! Stop trying to ram everything!
With their 305mm guns arranged in a way to provide more firepower ahead than there was available on the broadside. Tegetov considered STT's solution, which had the same protection, one less main gun, but
See what I
stronger
mean? You see what I mean?
secondaries.
Like they lost the aft main gun.
Yes.
Go on.
Stronger
Stronger secondaries.
Yep. The stronger secondaries also being smaller and faster as superior, and convinced the Emperor to order an identical clone in 1886. Ships laid down in 1887 and transferred to Mexico in 1890, after having been built for 33 months.
That's not a bad build. That's not a bad build time for an ironclad in an Austrian yard.
Indeed, this is not. Slightly more than half the time of the Austrian original. She was named for the indecisive naval engagement during the Texan War of Independence, which was redefined as a victory by Mexican propaganda.
My turn. 5,900 tons full load. I'm not gonna go through the dimensions here. I'm just gonna, because dimensions are just nah. They're not really impacting the ship's performance. Ooh, but this is the first time I've seen this as in an as-built ship. 2 shaft vertical compound, 10 cylindrical boilers, 8,000 indicated horsepower, 17 knot maximum speed, range 2,400 nautical miles at 10 knots, compound armor, 230mm belt, no protection for the ship's ends, barbettes 280mm, 25mm deck, 950mm conning tower. Armament: 2 12-inch 35 caliber breech-loading Krupp guns, arranged one each side of the superstructure. 6 5.9-inch 35 caliber Krupp breech loaders in casemates, as you can see there. 7 47mm Skoda quick firing guns, 6 Hotchkiss revolvers, and 4 torpedo tubes, basically arranged one forward, one aft, one on the beam, and basically, yeah, like that. So, thoughts?
I mean, I prefer it to the other one.
Prefer it to
the preceding one.
Really? You prefer it to the Barber
Yeah.
Iron, the Central Battery Ironclad?
Yes. Yes, I do. There's a reason for that, though. It's personally, it just looks like a better design. It's got bigger guns. Yes, granted, there's a davit in the way, and if he wants to fire aft, you're probably taking out half your ship's boat, but it's a step in the right direction. They're probably looking at this in comparison to Texas, because don't forget, Texas is... she's around at this point,
Yes.
so she's got those gun turrets. Obviously one port, one starboard. Very similar to that of Maine. You know, they're probably taking that influence of those guns, obviously not using them to go full cross-deck firing, but at least they're, you know, big guns, rotatable. If you get me.
I get you. Problem is, she was sunk during the Second Spanish War.
Well, I didn't read that bit.
She attempted to ram Palaio. And although she did hit Palaio 5 times with 12-inch shells, as she attempted to rejoin the Spanish line, the Spanish destroyer Pluton torpedoed her. The flooding could not be controlled, and she sank shortly after the engagement was ended. Although, what this did mean is that the Mexican Navy got very, very vital experience in flooding and dealing with torpedo attack in the 1890s that no other navy realistically had, which would serve them well in the coming years. And now we come to cruisers, which we'll be very brief with, because at this point they're not very interesting, they just screw cruisers at this point.
Oh.
That's fairly interesting. La Corona! Do you want to... you know what, I'll let you read about La Corona, because that's hilarious.
Oh, but I'm looking at the order of battle charts. It looks so good.
They do, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Wow.
Tell you what,
Okay.
so that's 1880, so I'll put both in the text chat, and then we'll go through them.
Alright, deal.
Alright, so in 1880, the Mexicans, actually, because you can see them all as one picture, whereas you can't in the ship bucket. So, in 1880, the Mexican fleet is a fairly small force. It's got some ironclads. The only real ironclad battleship is Mexico herself, in her unrebuilt form.
Fucking hell.
And they've got a few steel-hulled cruisers and some corvettes. But I mean, Shipyard, if you want to just go through the marked contrast in only 10 years between the two different, so I'll let you just discuss the absolute change in the size of the Mexican fleet in just 10 years.
Alright. Don't look at page 2. Just blew my flipping mind.
We'll get to that.
Okay. I know! I'm sorry.
Yeah, but so the 1890 Mexican fleet, do you want to detail just quite how it's gone from a small, it's just Mexico, to, Mexico's now actually a decent...
Of course.
So go on. Take it
what
away.
we're looking at in 1880 is a navy that's probably looking at coastal defense, but trying to also show the world that, you know, we have a navy. Hello. To 1890, where it's now.
I'd argue the
Yeah,
second
you wanna-
most powerful fleet in the Americas after America itself. Actually, no, I'd argue at this point it's more powerful than the American fleet in 1890 because the Americans haven't commissioned any of their battleships yet.
Yeah, it's quite a sizable force. However, you know, it's at this point they are still kind of like that, aren't they? I was going to comment on the design of them being very much still encompassing the old-fashioned designs like Warrior, because I mean, truth be told, half these cruisers do look like.
But that was the style of cruiser of the 1880s and 1890s. You don't see the modern protected cruiser come in till the late 1880s, and Mexico's not going to be buying those style of ships. They're going to be looking for the cheaper, slightly older design of cruiser to bulk up their fleet.
Yeah, exactly. So you're basically looking at glorified Huescars without the turret. And just, you know, enlarged. That's what they look like. With, is that a? Have those got whale back bows? Or at least
the torpedo boats, yeah.
back.
The torpedo boats will, yeah, because that was all the rage at the time.
Yeah, I know. I was on about more like the gunboats, but I think that's just
no,
the way
the gunboats
picture's drawn. No, it's fine. But I mean, they look better. It actually looks like a pretty homogeneous fleet.
So please do tell, why did page 2 blow your mind?
Pretty colors. I'm joking. It wasn't just the pretty colors.
So go on, please do tell. No, go on.
It's just the size the size of like how many cruisers they have. Like, how many times can I say like in a sentence? So you have 3 sloops and 6 gunboats on image 1. They have 3 sloops, 4 sloops, 3 protected cruisers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 gunboats, and a metric arse ton of torpedo boats.
Which is it's just a massive step up in capability.
Step up in numbers, steps up in capabilities. It's going from coastal, like green water navy to blue water navy.
It's basically like the Navy of 1880 is a navy that can say you don't mess with Mexico to any European power. The Navy of 1890 is one that goes, do not enter the Gulf of Mexico unless you want to have an actual fight on your hands. And maybe even the Caribbean. And now we get to the good bit.
What, page 2?
Yeah! Of the actual document.
Wonder if page 3 is any better.
Because now we get into the actual pre-Dreadnought era. Because do you know the vessel we were talking about that had the long refit, and we said why did they do that? This ship, the San Juan de Ula, makes me question that even more. Do you want to know why?
Go on.
She's laid down in 1889 and commissioned in 1893, which, as I'm sure you're aware, is the time when the rather expensive refit to that central battery ironclad is taking place.
Why would you do the central battery ironclad if you're getting that?
But no, my question is, why would you do the central battery ironclad when you can spend the money to order a second one of these? So you've seen it, right?
Yes, I have.
Like, that's a... Well, it is a pre-dreadnought, because remember that the French pre-dreadnoughts... Remember, the line of battle doctrine wasn't established fully yet. People were still concerned it would be general melee fighting still.
Go around in circles and blow stuff up.
So, these are the ships that formed the core of the Mexican fleet during the Spanish-American War. And she was refitted. So yeah, basically, she's a purely Mexican capital ship. 11,000 tons, we're approaching pre-dreadnought size. 16 knots. 10,000 horsepower on our engines. Pretty standard protection. 4 12-inch guns in 3 single turrets. 8 5.9-inch. Represented Mexico at Queen Victoria's Diamond Fleet Review.
Alright.
I will admit, I do like the Mexican pre-1900s paint scheme. The sort of cream and black. I do like that.
It's like a reversed version of the RN's Victorian colours.
Indeed.
Mixed in with a bit of Austrian...
Although post 1900 they go very Austrian, as you can see.
Yeah. Definitely.
Also, Shipyard, read out this, because I'll highlight it so you can read it, just as a spoiler for the future pages.
Oh. Okay. Alright, give me a minute. How long is this page? Shit. Ooh, hello. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, we're going big now, mate. We're going big now.
Wow. Well, I mean, yes, we are obviously going quite big. I like them. They're good. Right, let's page 3 of the Sun.
Jesus Christ. Anyway, just read that.
Oh, you actually want me to read it out?
Yeah?
Okay, sorry. Right. In late 1912, San Juan de Ulula, that travelled to Trieste, where Mexico's first dreadnought battleship was pending delivery.
Yeah, just let that sink in.
I think I've seen it.
But yeah, the Mexicans actually ordered their first class of more than one, which is basically just yeah, they're just British Majestics, but with with Austrian secondaries. That's basically it. They've got 40 caliber breech loaders, 12-inch British breech loaders, but just Austrian secondaries, and that's pretty much it. They are basically bog standard pre-dreadnought 101. 18 knots. That's basically it. You can see them. Of course, repainted. And the Mexicans actually built one ship at home. Behold, the first Mexican battleship built at home. What do you think? Oh wait, sorry. We haven't done the thing yet. My apologies. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry, Shipyard.
It's okay.
So, what do you think of the San Juan de Ula, given she wasn't really modernized at all in her career? What do you think of her compared to her contemporaries? But
I mean, the fact that she wasn't refitted. does make me think that they kind of thought that, the writing was kind of on the wall for this ship anyway.
But she was, when delivered in 1893, an equal to any American capital ship included. She's far better than Texas. Given that she was in service before Texas even was.
It's good to point out that, at this point, HMS Victoria is knocking around.
But that's not really
And
that was a mistake.
yes, but the Majestics are starting to come into fruition, aren't they?
No, the Royal Sovereigns are.
No?
They're all with the 13.5s. With the old 13.5s.
Oh, yes. Of course. Because you got the Royal Sovereigns, then you got the subclass of Hood, don't you?
Yeah, which was basically, what if we had turrets, and then they realised, these old turrets don't work anymore.
Yeah, so... And they were 1903, weren't they?
The Hood...
No, sorry, 1893.
Yeah, 1893 commissioned into the fleet, 1895 to 1897. And this and San Juan de Ula is commissioned in 1893. I'd argue, for a vessel commissioned in 1893, given her armor and armament and speed, she's one of the most capable battleships in the world. What's your thoughts?
Yeah. She's also giving me weird Borodino vibes.
There's only one of her though, with her 4 single guns.
Like, you can tell that hull is tumble home in style.
Oh no, she's not.
Ever...
She's built in Austria to a straight hull design.
Okay, well, unless unless those guns that sticking outside are like proper wing guns.
They are.
Like sticking out the sides by about 5 meters.
You can see it. Look, you can see the bulge where the barbette is.
That's probably why I'm thinking it looks a bit tumble homey.
Perhaps. But I assume you have no complaints regarding basically what are Mexican Majestic class vessels.
Oh yeah, definitely not.
Just standard pre-dreadnoughts.
Just buy them all. Buy 10.
They then built 2 coastal battleships, one of which is built in home yards, which aren't bad.
Give me a minute, I gotta mute myself, right?
Oh, bugger.
Keep going, you're doing well.
So you got the 2 Mexican coastal defense battleships, which are smaller vessels, only armed with 9.4-inch guns, but they are still battleships built in Mexican yards by Mexican hands. So take from that what you will. And they were with the Mexican Pacific Fleet. And they're in the Pacific. Lingo experimental directors installed on both ships. And then there's guard ships. Oh, they ordered this thing. 18.5 knots for a pre-dreadnought? Dear God. It's aggressive. I do feel like I've lost my audience just a tad. Although they're probably still listening. A little bit. Got these vessels. Good lord.
I'm back.
Okay. So, the Mexican coastal defense ships are next on our list.
240 mils are
9.4s.
9.4s.
Considering one of them was built in home yards, not a bad showing.
Not too bad. Which one's the one that was built in a home yard?
Casimba.
Okay, you can see the slight difference. Slight difference with the upper works
Yep.
and the aft part.
Although it's worth that these were the first ships that got, though Cayo Haseo was the first Mexican ship to get a experimental direct-to-fire control gear.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
And was reboilered with 12 small tube boilers in 1913.
Okay.
And then we
Not
come
too bad.
to the large, fast ship of the Mexican Navy, the Poda, the most powerful battleship in service with the by the time of the Second Spanish War. Designed for the Chinese Navy, but never delivered because they lost.
That's a meme, innit?
Just a bit. It's worth pointing out that Santiago and Magallanes, the two pre-dreadnoughts we listed earlier, weren't delivered till after the Second Spanish War. So Poda led the fleet into that war. Mexico did also build a single ocean-going capital ship in its own yards during this period. Unfortunately, it took 6 years to build. And entered service in 1910. And while she was arguably one of the best pre-dreadnoughts ever built, with a speed of 20 knots, by 1910, she's
Not so much.
not. Although the Mexicans do get a rather good inkling for large, powerful armoured cruisers. And hell, just large and powerful vessels of a non-battleship type in general. And now it's time for the comparison image again. And I mean, here you can really see the difference. We've got the Mexican fleet as it is in 1898 at the top, which, as you can see, it actually has one of its first armoured cruisers, which has 6 guns on the broadside of an 8-inch caliber, which is that's gonna make the Spanish sweat bricks. And in 1907, that is a very good second-class navy. That can't be denied.
You know we can't see, right?
It's in theatre at sea.
Alright, I meant the stream.
Oh, whoops.
There we are. Sorted. That's fine.
I think I may have to trim this one down before I upload it, I'm gonna be honest. I think